Good morning from Zimbabwe, Harare, and this is our breakfast here. The weather is a little chilly. The sun is out this morning. We are about to start the day's activity, so we just have a few days here, 2 days here, so let's see what we can do within these 2 days. Today was a movie, like at the immigration in Zimbabwe was hell. Hi everyone.
Hi. Okay, I'm out.
So guys, I'm happy to be in my 15th country, which is Zimbabwe, which is a visa-free country for Ghanaians. We are visiting a place called Mwanga Lodge, which is about 40 minutes drive from Harare. Hi guys, we are back again, Chile, right here in Harare, Zimbabwe. I'm at a place called Mwanga Lodge, and I'm about to see some animals here. And I of course you guys are coming along. This is how I look for today. I'm very happy to see these wild animals, so let's go guys. Clement, say hi.
Hi, how are you?
You're good, and you?
I'm fine. They also lay eggs, that's just like the other birds, but unlike other birds, ostriches first lay eggs before they build a nest. Other birds will build a nest, then they lay their eggs in there.
So how old are they?
These are just under a year.
But how long? Under a year, these ones?
Yes.
And how long can they live?
Oh, they can go up to around 30 or even 40.
40 years.
Oh.
Oh, why are you so aggressive? Take your time. Tobo.
You're hungry.
Well, the place started in the 80s, in the early 80s, with the introduction of animals. Hello, Mark. Hello, boy. How are you? Just waking up.
So that's Mark. Hi, Fluffy.
The Mark was born here, and but his parents are from Kenya.
Oh, okay.
They were taken from Masai Mara Game Park. They came here years ago. They were orphaned there in Masai. So lions mature at 3 years. Females, 2.5 to 3 years, they are ready for reproduction.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's this?
This is a bush pig.
Oh, so
Bush pig. It's like a wild pig.
does he have a name?
His name is Trotters.
Trotters?
Yes.
How old is he?
He's 5.
Oh, okay. So he's the only one here?
He's the only one.
I've never seen a monkey this small.
It's called a marmoset monkey.
Yeah, it's not local. This one is foreign. From South America.
Guys, can you see it? This is him. He's so small
So
and
that's
cute.
how it goes. Like,
Do they grow big? They don't grow big.
No.
That's their actual size.
Yeah, that's the other side.
Wow.
how many do you have?
These are some cute birds. Woo! I see some school kids also taking a tour here. We just ended our first part of the trip and we're about to have some coffee. So it was quite a short walk. It took us about 1 hour?
No.
Less than an hour.
Yeah, about 45 minutes.
45 minutes walk, seeing the animals and enjoying nature here. So yeah, we're about to have some coffee. You are all invited. So guys, we are going for the second part of the tour on this safari car. So let's go. Woo! The next stage of our tour, we are about to canoe on this beautiful river with a beautiful view of the mountain. I have realized there are a lot of farmlands here in Harare, and so when we're coming we sighted a lot of farmlands here, and it's such a beautiful sight. So guys, we are here at the Mvizi River where we'll be doing canoeing. Are you excited? Very! So we are the only ones here, and this is how it looks from here. Safety first. I got my life jacket on. Thank you. Let's go, guys. Row your boat, row your boat. Merrily, 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 merrily. Life is just a dream. Guys, this is how it looks like from here. It's so deep.
To the bottom.
Yeah, you can see. Guys, look at this. So what do you have in the water?
We have fish.
What type of fish?
We have the Niloticus bream, and the bass, we have barbel, we have carp.
We do it this way so that we can direct
the
here.
eel as well.
Okay.
So there's plenty of fish in here.
Are you tired?
Unfortunately, there's no crocodiles.
There's no crocodiles. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's very unfortunate that we don't have crocodiles and hippos. So this is Mubvinzi River. It's we call it Mubvinzi this side. In Harare they call it Mubvinzi River. And if you go to Harare, there is actually a suburb named after this river.
Wow.
It's called Amwinzidale, named after the river. So the name of Vinzi, it means if something is said Vinza means something that leaks, that is got holes.
What's the source of this river?
The source is in Harare, in the capital, capital city.
Wow. And how deep is this river?
Well, the deepest point is around 40 meters.
Wow.
And it's full. Right now we started receiving rains and water is slowly filling up. So I think if it continues to rain, mid-January this river will be full to the brim.
Wow.
And the water is used by farmers around for irrigation. On our right there,
yeah,
that farmer is growing avocado trees. So there's a lot of avocado trees there. So he's doing avocado and blueberries. And further down they're doing maize, wheat. Some farmers are doing tobacco. Further down. So that's their source of water.
The water is so fresh. Let me taste it. It's nice.
That's something.
No, it's no salt. It's very fresh.
So, do people catch their fish?
Yes. In here.
Where? Where?
They fish from the banks. Yeah, sometimes some who bring their boats, you can fish from the boat as well.
It's not restricted.
It is restricted. You get a fisher's license, a fishing license.
Oh, okay.
You can come and fish.
Some seabreads on our way to have lunch. We'll come back for you to have a look at them. It's so far from us. But yeah, it's very exciting. So guys, we are currently here about to have lunch at their lodge. It's so beautiful. This is how it looks like. Guys, lunch was so good. It was really nice. It's time to watch the zebras here. They are so beautiful. This place is really nice. Where are you running to? This one?
The wild beast.
Wild beast. Oh, okay. Oh, what did you say it's called? The breed between the zebra and the donkey?
It's called a zonki.
A zonki.
Yes.
Guys, this is called a zonki, the one behind the zebra. So I hope you guys enjoyed the tour as much as I enjoyed the whole experience. Special thanks to Clement. Clement, say hi.
Thank you.
Hello, Ghana.
Yeah, so whenever you come here, please look for Clement. He was so helpful. The whole experience cost us $65 each, and it was it worth it? A big yes. If you also want to come here and spend the night at their lodge, it costs $160, which also includes the drive and also the canoeing. So I hope you enjoyed my time here in Harare, Zimbabwe. Guys, I wish I could spend more days here. I've realized the country. Where are you all? See few people. Where are you all hiding? Like, I expected to see more people in town.
They are making money. They are working and making money.
You guys are working. Okay. So guys, until next time. What? They are working, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
We call it Kungwava.
Kungwava.
Yes.
It means they are hiding.
They are working.
They are working.
Yes.
Kungwava.
Everybody is Kungwava.
Kungwava. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog. I love you all. Thank you so much for the love and support. And guys, please, let's hit 50,000 subscribers. In fact, 100,000 before Christmas.
Hey.
I love you all. Mwah.
The first batch of the vaccines just arrived, and we have doses in BCG, oral polio vaccine, and then the measles vaccine. They just arrived with the accessories, the syringes, safety boxes, they've all just arrived. And so immediately they are being dispatched to the regions, and then latest by Monday, vaccination will start across the country. We want to use this opportunity to assure all mothers there will be enough vaccines for everybody. There's no rush. They should come and get the vaccine as they are due. So this is the 3 out of the 10 vaccines. We normally have 10 vaccines that are used for 13 diseases across Ghana. 3 of them were in short supply. That is the OPV, BCG, and the measles rubella vaccine. We have received quantities of the 3 to complement what we are doing. And this is the first batch that arrived. We are hoping that the rest will come in very soon. We are moving all the supplies to the regions and the facilities, and so by Monday morning, there will be vaccines available for those who need it. The doses that are available is enough for at least a minimum of 6 weeks across the country, whilst the others are brought in. So we have enough doses to cover our need for the next 6 weeks. We are moving to the cold room, and the regional cold vans are waiting to pick them up and quickly send them to the regions and to the facilities, so that by Monday, as I said, we would start vaccinating all. These new vaccines are just going to help us do a catch-up to make sure that by the end of the year, all children who are supposed to be vaccinated are vaccinated. And so, even though there's a delay for vaccination, the most important thing is that you will take them as and when they come. If you can't take them before the due date for the next booster, but the days after still doesn't really affect the immunity that's supposed to provide for you. And we also have heard rumors of people parading around with vaccines. Vaccines are not sold in the shops. They are not sold on the tabletop. So they have to be careful that people are not bringing in vaccines that are not of good quality. We have vaccines across the country now, and everybody should relax. Go to their point of care, and they'll be all vaccinated.
Debate,
Do you
know,
know
so
how blessed we are to be living in an era when there is both Messi and Ronaldo?
So the woman who boss, Julia Stewart, is a broadcaster with Super Sports International. She's our guest on Sports Check. Julia, you're welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
How was your stay?
It's been amazing to be here, getting used to the heat.
Oh, goodness.
But yeah, I'm really loving Ghana. I was not expecting anything when I arrived here, just to be part of Women of Valor. And my trip has given me so much. It's been amazing. Thank you.
Have you tried any of our foods yet?
Yeah, of course I have. Everyone's always going on about Ghana versus Nigeria.
Jollof.
So I definitely had to have some jollof rice. Plenty, actually.
But have you tried Nigeria and jollof? And if you're going to rate, you haven't tried?
No, I haven't. So it's 1-0 to Ghana at the moment.
Energy. Great. So Julia is a studio anchor and a pitchside reporter with Super Sports International. If you don't know, she's doing amazing stuff. She's a big inspiration to millions of people worldwide, including women. Now, Julia, we know that, okay, so the light, sound, camera, action, and then we see you on set, you're talking and all that. How do you handle bad days?
Yeah, if I'm having a bad day, personally, you won't see that on screen.
Great.
You can't, because people pay a lot of money for DSTV subscription. And they don't care about how you feel if you're having a terrible hair day or you don't like the place you're in, or none of that's got to matter. It's part of being the consummate professional, to be able to fake it till you make it.
Exactly.
Right? That's what it's all about. So I think personally, if I am having a bad day, I don't think you would be able to know.
Great.
And that's part of learning how to deal with your emotions and how to manage, and knowing when you have to step up and step out, and like you said, lights, camera, action.
we go. Great. Now you've been a big inspiration to a lot of people, women. I also love what you say. Watch you. I'm like, oh God, she got it. Did you always like? Was it always the thing that you wanted to be a media personality when you were young? Was that what you wanted to do?
No, I had no clue. I actually had to take a gap year after matric because I didn't know what I wanted to study. I just didn't know, and I studied film and media production. So it wasn't a journalism course. It wasn't with the intention of going to super sport. I kind of just found my way. And you know, I'm a firm believer of if something is meant for you, it will find you. It was not easy. It was not easy. But it was a path that I am very grateful to have been able to navigate in my own way. And I think the journalism base that I have, having started as a print reporter, understanding how to construct news stories, understanding how to construct arguments from my university days. I think that I've tried to carry that into my presentation in the way I ask questions, in the way you have to be brave to ask tough questions in the face of sometimes a defeat. You know, a coach has just lost a game and he doesn't necessarily want to answer, or there's a red card or a penalty that wasn't given. Those are difficult. So I always go back to the basic principles of journalism and carry that into my presentation. But I definitely did not think I would be a super sport presenter or land in Ghana and people would know who I am. Unbelievable scenes.
That's
Come
crazy.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, you got big fans and all that. I remember one scene, was it last year, the gentleman said he wanted to take a picture with you. At you have a lot of fans everywhere scattered.
But you know what the thing
Ghana.
is? Negativity is louder. So the people who feel entitled, who want to say horrible things about you, they always make sure you know, and they do that on social media regularly. So when I do get a nice message, or when there is an incident like happened at the Cape Town City game, that's my hometown, by the way, Cape Town. Okay. So a fan had written on the board that he wants to take a picture. That was amazing. But, you know, big love from the people out in Ghana. We're on billboards here, by the way, because of Women of Valor.
Great.
I landed and I was like, hey, is that me? Wow.
Your face all over.
Yeah, but I've received a lot of love. And you know what? I appreciate it. I don't take that for granted. For someone to come up to you and say, I like what you do. You give me encouragement to also try and do better. I want to follow in your footsteps. I always tell people to make their own path, though. But to see that and to hear that in a country where you've only been for a couple of days is remarkable.
It's a big deal. You, as I stated, I'm not going to lie. I'm also a young journalist, and then I love what you do. When I put down the people that inspire me, your name is definitely on there. Yeah, great. You're doing amazing.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
So for a young girl who says she wants to be like Julia, she wants to be on the big screens. Of course, you've been through it all. What would your advice be to that woman or that young girl?
So when I was growing up, there was no one who looked like me on TV doing sports. So it's not something I thought was possible or something I wanted to do, or one day I'm going to be there. It's not. I came into it because of my hard work, and the more I worked, the more I found opportunities. And I've always said, it doesn't matter your connections. It doesn't matter how you get into a place. The only way you're going to stay and make a name for yourself is through work ethic. And it doesn't matter. I don't care about being the prettiest or looking the nicest or sounding the best or having the best clothes. I care about being the hardest worker in the room. And that is what has got me to where I am today. So whether you want to be a journalist, or you want to be an actor, or you want to be, just thinking about the women who were at Women of Valor yesterday, you want to be a lawyer or whatever, you're not going to get anywhere without putting in the hours. Because nothing worth having will come easy. And you maybe it's not about studying or working hours. Maybe it's about the thinking that you do about what you want to do, or maybe it's you're putting in effort, whatever that is, and there'll be hours and hours of perfecting what you want to do. And then also just be open, you know, change path if things are not working for you, or be true to yourself. Because if you want to be a journalist, or you want to be a presenter in sport because there's space and there's more space, they need more women, but you don't love sports, you'll be found out very quickly. So yeah, you know, follow your passions and all of that advice that we always get, follow your passions. But just put in the work. There's no substitute for it.
So you mentioned of work ethics, you have to like what you want, and then building the long hours that you have to put in before, because it's not rosy. Some people, I'm sure some people hit your DM like, oh, I want to be like you, I want to mentor you. I don't know if you get more of that, but then for popular personalities here in Ghana, they always talk about women hit their DMs, like direct messages,
Yes,
and like,
yeah,
oh,
of course.
I want you to be. Sometimes it's just overwhelming. It's a lot. You cannot attend to all of them at the same time. But then for you, for someone who might watch this interview, what are the values that one must possess as a woman who is really destined? You want to get into this career, you want to get into this space, whether male dominated or not.
So the one thing I'll tell you is women hit up my DMs. What did you study? What must I study? Where must I study? Please, people, I'm not Google. Go and look it up. Go and do your own research. You have to, anything you want to do, you have to be educate yourself on the subject matter, right? So that's the first thing.
Right.
I'm also not a recruiter for universities. I don't know what the options are, where you can study, what your grades are like. So I can never answer that.
Mm-hmm.
But what gets me every time is women saying, so must I really study the whole 4 years? Or isn't there another way? Do I have to study?
There's no shortcut.
Well, we live in an age of instant gratification. I think the idea that you're going to make it because you're pretty, pretty lasts for like 5 minutes on TV, and then what else do you have? So you have to have substance, you have to have passion for this thing, because we work on weekends. I don't work at 9 to 5. I work weekends, we travel, holidays. People are working. We are working here, So you have to be really passionate, because if you don't love it, you will resent those hours. You won't like it. Your camera ladies are standing in the sun on what day is today? Wednesday morning. They'd rather be in the pool.
Exactly.
But it's not always pleasant. The things you see on Instagram that we post, the interviews, or I went on a drive with a Formula E driver in a Porsche up Table Mountain. Amazing. But hey, that's not every day. So understand that it's not all glamour. And if you want glitz and glamour, then maybe this is not the best place for you. It's not the best industry. You have to be prepared. That is the most important thing. Because as women, unfortunately, we have to work twice as hard for people to think we are half as good as men. Even though people know you and they think, oh, she's good for a woman, or she's the best woman, or she's the nicest woman to look at. It's always going to be like that for us, unfortunately. Just accept it, but make sure you represent. Because if they're giving you a chance as a woman, there are like thousands of other women who also love to get the chance. So you have to represent, you have to do well, so that the next time there's a woman, they won't hesitate to give her an opportunity.
Great. Yeah. Now, but just because you said that, you've been in the space, you've owned the space, what has been some of your greatest challenge in the, you talking sports, being in what they term as a male-dominated area?
I think, firstly, I was saying this at Women of Valor yesterday. I think everything is male-dominated. Okay, the world is run by men, unfortunately. Unfortunately, because we are not leading the world. Maybe just the beauty industry is female-dominated. So,
even with now, there are a lot of men getting in there. Yeah.
So I think that the words that I say, or the advice that I have, based on my experiences, I'm finding that it's not just restricted to sports. Women in corporate, women in politics, we all experience the same thing. So just accept that this system was not designed for you, right? So that's the first thing. And I think you have to understand that you are different and you're going to be different. So some of my highlights have sometimes come because I'm a woman. And I don't mean because I look nice today. I mean, I think about the interview with Coach Pitso Mosimane. That was an iconic interview. They were playing Wydad Casablanca. He was the coach of Sundowns at the time. And there was some stuff going on off air. And they were making some racist comments. And we didn't really pick that up on camera. So while I was doing my interview with him, Sundowns won, by the way. And one of the guys from Wydad Casablanca came and stood by the camera and was having a proper go at him and saying really ugly things. And he lashed out. They called the interview "Sort Him Out" because that's what he was shouting. Hey, sort him out. And I'm standing there with our microphone while everything is happening. We're live. And that was one of my greatest moments, because I think, firstly, I understood that I have to take control of the situation or they'll go to break.
Great.
Right. And I'll lose it. Secondly, actually, this is number one. I was thinking, oh, I'm going to become a meme. I'm going to become a joke on the internet. I'm going to trend for
everywhere.
being ridiculous. I have to take control of the situation. And I did. I stepped up and I explained what was happening. All adrenaline based that you can't plan for something. You can never plan for live TV. But afterwards, when he calmed down, the empathy that I had, I think as a woman, naturally,
You have a lot.
made it a little bit easier for him to calm down and come back to the moment and answer the question. Sometimes you find that coaches as well are you're more asking the human side of things because you're a woman and they're more likely to be a little bit more open. We have that natural nurturing thing which makes our interviews a little bit different to how our male counterparts would conduct
I
it.
see.
Yeah, I think we can be a combination of strong and hard-hitting, but also empathetic.
We're all
Yeah.
360. We can do all the things.
Yeah.
You talked about when you want to own your space. Someone says, "Oh, I want to be like Julia." You have to really have knowledge of what you're doing. So when you're talking sports, you know what you're talking. You'll be found wanting if you just think it's just a pretty face and all that. So I just want to find out from you, how did the passion for sports develop? Was it from your dad? Because with me, I kind of started from home. My
Yeah.
dad was watching football and all that.
Yeah.
How did yours develop?
Yeah, same. Just having something in common with my dad, something to talk to my dad about, going to live matches in Cape Town, watching Premier League games in Cape Town, where I grew up. And then the sports is, the more you know, the more you want to know. And so, you become obsessed because now it's opened up a whole new group of people that you chat to. The boys at school. I was always the only girl, the only Arsenal fan at school, able to talk to them. And yeah, I think I cannot believe that someone is paying me to watch football. Like my bum is in the butter. How did I get so lucky? Yeah.
I see. Great. We're still talking to Julia. We'll take a quick break. This is Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV. I'm Paula Amaboni. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back. This is Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV. I'm seated with Julia Stewart. Julia, I was going through your Instagram and I chanced upon a post like the best advice you've received. Just stay in your lane. Comparison is the thief of joy. Does that still remain like one of your favorite advice?
Yeah. People will try and say, "Oh, did you see what? Hey, Paula, did you see what your colleague is doing? Hey, Paula, did you see your colleague's got this and that's happening?" And you'll see on Instagram, "Oh, this one got to go to this game, or this one got to interview that, or she owns this item of clothing, or she has this kind of bag." And you'll spend your whole day miserable. Like, it's so important to understand. I've said this in the earlier part of the interview. The things that are meant for you won't pass you by. It's the hardest thing to know and to believe. How come someone's getting this right? When is my turn? The things that are meant for you will come for you. And the older I get, the more I work in this industry, I think back to things I missed out on. Oh, why didn't I get to work on that tournament? But other things have come and maybe better suited to me. I saw an interview recently with Letitia Wright from Black Panther.
Yeah.
And I love this. She said, it's not rejection, it's redirection. And when you feel rejected or something that you wanted maybe isn't happening for you, it's very easy to compare yourself. But like the quote says, it's the thief of joy. You won't enjoy where you are right now.
Just stay in your lane.
Stay in your lane, honey. It's nice here. There's no traffic. You can drive however fast or slow you want to. Yeah, it's great.
It's still one of the best advice. I also love to say whatever got my name on it is not going to pass me by. It's something
Beautiful.
I say, but
yeah,
I love that you also said it too.
You have to be your own competition. When I started, those words, people will say, this one, did you see what this one is doing? Oh, how come this one? And it's always women. They divide and conquer is the way people try and deal with women. We also do it ourselves. We try and internalize it ourselves. But why? Can we also form a girls' club? Can we also change the culture from within? Can we also start to understand that things that are mine will be mine?
Exactly.
And maybe that's meant for me in that moment. Maybe something else wasn't meant for me.
Great.
Yeah, very important.
Yeah. So, Julia, coming from South Africa, going to the World Stage Super Sports International, would you say that the space is big enough to accommodate other women?
Yeah, 100%. There is so much space for everyone to shine, whether that be here in Ghana, on the Accra sports scene. I met so many TV broadcasters yesterday. So I know that there are a lot of women in sports, in the city, let alone this country. And we make a mistake. We think that there's only space for one woman to do well, but that's not true. There's space for everyone. And some people might be online, some people might be on TV, some people might be radio, some people might specialize in pitch side reporting, some people might specialize in studio anchoring, some might be great with podcasts. You just have to find what works for you and what you love.
Great. So who are some of the well-known female broadcasters? In Ghana, we say we have Juliet Bewa.
Yes, I know Juliet Bewa. I was with her at the World Cup.
Yeah.
She was also doing some work for Supersport there. My friend Chisom Mbono Ezuke, she's from Nigeria. She is amazing, and what I love about her, she's so passionate about telling stories, and she is really passionate about telling Nigerian football stories. She produces as well, so I think she's brilliant. She's one I really look up to, her storytelling ability. And then I know that cricket isn't big here, but Cass Naidu is a powerhouse of a woman. She's South African.
Okay.
She works cricket on Supersport, and she does tours and stuff for Sky as well. Cass runs a foundation and a set of women's awards called the G Sports for Girls Awards, and she is phenomenal. The way she started the website to tell women's sports stories, women in sports, the way she started the awards, and it grows year on year. I actually hosted it last year.
Okay.
I don't know how she does it because she has a family and she does this job herself, by the way, and then she still runs a foundation and does all these amazing things that highlights and bring the profile of women's sport more into the spotlight. So I really look up to her, not because she's a fantastic broadcaster, which she is, but because she's using her power for good to help others come up, to mentor others, and also to put women's sport on the map.
Great. So there are a lot of women who are also in sports, doing things that would also, more of encourage young people who want to get into the field. Now, I know, let's talk more of women football. You've covered the FIFA Women's Cup and all that. It's a big deal and all that. But I just want to find out, do you think how possible, because some people, I'm not even going to say some people, I would testify that when it comes to the Men's World Cup, there's a lot of eyeballs and all that. There's a whole lot, everybody want to know what is going on. What can we do to also ensure that when it gets to the FIFA Women's World Cup, we get a lot of attention and all the euphoria that it is, like, do better?
I do think that the FIFA Women's World Cup was fantastic the last time around, and I think the fallback from that, we saw Spain promising to put more money into their local league. And I know that in China as well, in the USA, they were going to put more money into it because the FIFA Women's World Cup were getting the highest number of TV viewers that they ever had before. The Women's Euros final was sold out at Wembley last year. I think there is improvement. Sponsors are stepping up to the plate. It's not even about equality. Although teams like this American women's team deserve to get the same amount, if not more, money than the men's team, because they won multiple World Cups. Last time, I know the US was back at the World Cup at Qatar 2022, but before that, they didn't even qualify. So in those cases, yes, they need to be rewarded. It's definitely about sponsorship and TV. And how it works is the more women in leadership roles in sponsorship can decide where the money goes. The more women in leadership roles in TV can decide where the money goes, where the rights go, what they're going to show. And I was pleasantly surprised at the number of men who messaged me to say, loved your work on the FIFA Women's World Cup semi-final. I was like, great that they're watching. I think we're changing it, not even slowly anymore. I think female athletes are becoming household names, already, not just because there's a daughter in the house who plays football. But I want to say that the ICC Women's T20 Cricket World Cup in South Africa was just completed. sold out stadiums.
Great.
Sold out stadiums.
Making
and that is all
progress.
about the marketing.
Great.
That is also all about the ICC as a sporting body saying we need sellouts. And they've managed it. It was phenomenal. There was obviously a lot of celebration, a lot of hype, a lot of excitement because South Africa reached the final, the Momentum Proteas. They lost, unfortunately, but it was their first ever final. So, if we can repeat that, if we can replicate that in football, mind you, Barcelona was reaching record crowds for their Women's Champions League matches. And so I think we're getting there. I don't think women's football, maybe in Africa, the mentality is still busy changing.
Yeah,
maybe that's what you mean. But I think worldwide,
Great.
we are getting there, girl.
Great. For the international, I think we are getting there and all that. But then locally on our continent, what can we do to get more eyeballs and all that?
We need to get women in power, in positions
Women in
of power. And
position.
the women who are in positions of power need to back women. Because sometimes you find that it's harder. Like coming up, I was having this discussion with Nana Abba and she said to me, the people who have helped her in her career, when she thinks back, it's been a lot of men, like giving her a show, giving her a space, or encouraging her. Then I thought back to my own career. Robert Marawa. That's the person who said to me, be on my show. That's the first chance I got on TV. That's where people first saw me. My first news editors were men.
Wow.
So why are we not changing that in this day and age? The women, the people who've made my life difficult at work, unfortunately, have been women. So why are women not helping other women and women's sports? The people who are big sponsors. At CAF, we have women who are involved. Why are they not doing more? In my own country, I have to say, women's teams, every professional team does not have a women's team as well. And that's long past time for that to have happened, Mamelodi Sundowns doing so well in the CAF Women's Champions League. They won it, they were in the final. They represent, but not every team in our professional league has a women's team.
We have to do better. If
That's
it's
where that's
starting from the stations, positions and all that, we have to do better. And as I say, if we get to the top, we also have to create room for other women to follow that path. But do you see a female head in CAF maybe one time soon?
I don't know about our attitude within this continent. I don't know if we're ready for it.
We're ready for it.
Not that there's no woman who can lead.
We have a lot.
It's not that.
We have.
Are we ready
To.
for it? To accept?
Great.
I don't know. What do you think?
I think we're born ready. It's just that some people might think that, oh, she's not qualified. The whole thing that comes with it. But then trust me, if we're given that position, we can do way better.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not that women are not ready. It's the mentality of people, men and women, to say, can a woman do it? Can a woman lead? And the strange thing is, she won't just be judged on the job she's doing. She'll be judged on how she looks, who she associates with, what her hair's like, what clothes she's wearing. That's what we still face.
But I love your style. Come to clothes. I love your style, the way you style. But wait, but between sneakers and heels, what are you going to go for?
Depends.
Depends.
On the occasion. If I can get away with wearing sneakers every day, I will do that. Obviously not now. I'm wearing flip-flops right now, sandals, because it's so hot here.
In Ghana.
But yeah, especially in the World Cup, I curated my own look.
Yeah.
With help from our Supersport stylist. We have help. We have an amazing stylist at Supersport.
Great.
Her name is Taryn. She doesn't just do style, she does image consulting.
Great.
So you say, this is what I want to look like. This is the brand I want to project.
And she creates it.
Yeah.
I love your style,
Thank
definitely.
you.
If I was supposed to rate your closet, I would not waste a minute. Yeah.
It's difficult. I buy so much clothes because it's work clothes and real life clothes. And yeah, if I have like 5 different black blazers because,
you
you're
have
on TV
to.
3 or 4 times a week. So
Exactly.
you can't wear the same. Taryn won't let us wear one outfit twice in a season.
Oh.
She's crazy like that. Like, no one remembers. I remember. That's what she'll say.
The image is important too.
Very. I've had to learn that. I never knew that. Starting out in this business, I thought,
anything goes.
and we have to wear those boxy big blazers and a shirt. We are not men. And men know it. We are not men. Even if you dress like a man, they know.
I get
love
that.
what you're wearing as well, though. So
Thank you.
I think you have your own thing going on.
Thank you, Julia.
Yeah.
Now, before we wrap, I just want to find out, who are your favorite Ghanaian players?
Thomas Partey. Thomas Partey.
Okay.
I hope he wins the Premier League
Me
this
too.
season.
I'm also an Arsenal fan, so
Amazing.
that makes us
Arsenal
too.
fans are so traumatized. People think we care about being top and falling off top. We are just enjoying life.
I
right
felt like
now
we were
because the
so
team is
close to
winning.
it, but hey,
No,
there's
it
still
does.
hope.
No. I'm just enjoying that we're playing beautiful football and winning. I have not seen that in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I was at the Emirates Stadium and even to watch Arsenal beat Man United.
Okay.
And even the mood in the stadium is just different.
Crazy.
So, love Thomas Partey.
Partey.
Riyad Mahrez, I think, is one who is very underrated in that Man City team. But he's phenomenal.
Great.
Mo Salah, of
Mo
course.
Salah too.
Just African footballers in general, and Sadio Mane. Hey,
Sadio.
what happened when
I
he
like
left
Sadio.
Liverpool? Right. So then from Ghana as well, of course, my friend Asamoah Gyan, your legend. Absolutely adore him. What a guy. He's the reason I'm here. He put me in touch with
Oh,
Nana
great.
Asamoah. Yes.
Shout outs to
Yeah,
Asamoah.
shout out to Baby Jets. I think Kudus.
Mohamed Kudus too.
Phenomenal.
He's
right?
one of our star
He
players.
is, and he's going to make a really, really big, not that Ajax isn't big, but he's going to make an even bigger move. I think Tariq Lamptey.
Tariq Lamptey.
He
too. I
told
saw
me
you
to
on
have-
interview.
He
too.
told me to have jollof rice here. Yes, we were interviewing him for Supersport and
Uh-huh.
Premier League. So those are some of the ones I love currently. Thomas Partey, #1 for me at the moment.
Okay.
What he's doing this season and the role he's playing is just phenomenal.
Great. Then the women footballers for the Nigerian footballer who plays for Barcelona, Asad Oshola.
Yes.
Yeah. Some people think that they haven't given her flowers. Do you think that she's celebrated enough?
I think so.
You
I think
think
she
so?
is. You know what it is? It's Putellas is winning all the Ballon d'Ors and she's winning all the FIFA awards. So it feels like Asad Oshoala isn't getting the same kind of recognition.
But she's an amazing player.
No, she's
She
a
is
superstar.
amazing.
I don't
Yeah.
think anyone doesn't think that she is.
Great.
We have some phenomenal female players from South Africa, Banyana ladies, who are doing such big things and they are playing internationally. It is brilliant to see, man. Brilliant to see. Like we have Tembi Khatlana who's playing in America right now.
Okay.
There's Jermaine Seposenwe who's doing well. There's Janine van Veek who's doing well. There's Linda Mutlalo.
The
Like
list
all our
goes
girls
on.
are just making waves overseas and they are household
Code
names.
names.
I'm not ashamed to say when I started, I maybe only knew Portia Modise. I could name 1 or 2 South African female players' names. Now, probably the whole starting 11 I can do.
I
you know?
see.
Amazing,
Great.
amazing. That's change. That's change. If a woman who is speaking on football can tell you that,
A lot. That's
change.
changed.
Yeah.
So great. Final one. Who is the GOAT in football? Let me just get it from Julia.
I think this is, I'm sorry, with all due respect, it's a silly question.
Really?
Because
The
people-
debate?
Yeah.
The GOAT debate,
Do you
know.
know
So
how blessed we are to be living in an era when there is both Messi and Ronaldo? Messi's not paying me to say he's the GOAT. I watch both and enjoy both. The records that they have been setting, the fact that they are still playing at this age and maturing like fine South African wine, you know, it is remarkable to me. Just shows that the mind is the most powerful thing. Some of the goals that we've seen them score, some of the records that we've seen them break, long-standing records from men like Diego Maradona, from men like Pele, those kinds of things that we are seeing and witnessing right now. I'm getting involved in no debates.
yeah. So even with the GOAT, it doesn't really have to boil down to Messi or Ronaldo. Like
Yes.
for you mentioned Pele or not. That me,
Yeah.
Pele still is my greatest, But
Yeah.
the current one would just choose Ronaldo or Messi. But yeah, before we wrap up, Julia, your final words, your advice to women as we celebrate International Women's Day. So a woman who wants to be in a male-dominated space and all that. What would your advice be to that person?
It's such a hard one. How do you sum it up? It's going to be difficult. There is no easy path to it.
Great.
And as long as you maintain your integrity, as long as you do what you are comfortable with, as long as you give your best every day,
You've got it.
you've got this. Yeah,
Right.
you absolutely have got this. That's all. There's no secret to it. There's no special spice,
Do it.
no recipe. No, it's just about doing you, because your power is that no one is like you. There's only one you.
Thank
So
you.
just show up every day. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Julia. It was a pleasure. It was an honor sitting with you to,
Thank you for having
talk
me.
everything sports and all that. Yeah, great, great. So I did this with Julia Stewart. She is broadcaster with Sports International. We had an amazing conversation with Talk Women's Sports. It was a 360. I know that you really enjoyed this interview, special one on Sports Check. I am Paula Amabruni. Thanks for doing the watching.
Now, back canopy. Susu sang pine, be a one ton and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian Tennessee and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nanya £10, $10 and $10 for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
We control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money.
Hello and welcome to Business Moment on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokote. Today we'll be talking about the real estate business here in Ghana. Don't go away, I'll be right back. Welcome back. I am at the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25, and I'll be speaking to the Chief Executive Officer of this beautiful estate. Her name is Kiran Daswani. I hope I got the name right.
Yes, you did.
Hello, Kiran. Welcome to Business Moments.
Hello, how are you?
Thank you
for coming to visit us and join us here at the Greens today.
Thank you for having us as well. How long have you been in Ghana?
So I moved to Ghana in 2014.
Okay.
And I started a company called Alubond West Africa, where we used to cater to the construction industry. We used to do facades, so glazing, curtain wall, cladding. Company from Dubai called Mulk Holdings. So that's how I came to Ghana in 2014.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I see you've been in Ghana for should I say, almost 10 years now. So I'm sure you might have had some favorite food of yours. What was your favorite Ghanaian food? Jollof, wache, kenke, which one?
I love wache. Okay. I like jollof, and my favorite is light soup.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if that's a typical favorite, but my favorite is yes. I like good light soup.
Oh, wow. Yes. That's nice. That's really nice. Spicy and all.
Little spicy.
Okay. All right. So then we are delving straight to business. We want to talk about the Greens Estate. What is the Greens Estate and what do you do?
So we actually founded the company in 2017. We came across a parcel of land that we acquired, and luckily we had no issues with the registration, the title, which sometimes happens to be a problem here in Ghana. Then an architect, when I actually first bought the land, we didn't really know what to do. So it was getting the architect, and he actually had a vision. So we had that as an option. We had reselling the land as an option, and we also had doing service plots as an option.
Okay.
Right? Because we were like, okay, this is not our trade. So we had 3 options, and we were very convinced with actually the architect's overview of what the estate could look like.
Okay.
Which was what you have visited today.
Oh, wow. So the plan was not to essentially start on the estate.
No.
Just wanted to acquire property in Ghana.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We just thought, okay, real estate, whether it's land or finished product, it's always a great investment, because I do believe that real estate is tangible. So it's a real asset that you can actually see. So we just bought the land, and then from there we have come quite far, actually.
Oh, okay. That's nice. So prior to starting, I mean, after getting the advice from the architect about starting a real estate, did you dream of having such a big space, or over 100 homes or units?
Not at all.
Okay.
And I remember an architect in Dubai actually said to me, once you start being a developer, you will never stop.
Okay.
So it's like you will never look back. And I was like, okay, that stuck here. And where we are right now, we've acquired another parcel of land right next to here, another almost 6 acres, where we'll be building another 75 homes. And we are also doing a joint venture with ANC Mall. They are developing ANC Village in OEB. So there we're also going to be building a residential complex within the ANC Village.
Okay. Yeah, so from my research, I realized you guys have a good taste when it comes to housing. I mean, the features are quite unique and all. What went into that thinking, or that the building, you know?
So definitely design, the architect has had the eye, and of course I think we also appreciate aesthetics, and we do believe that you don't necessarily have to spend extremes amount of money to have something looking good. So we do consider ourselves in the middle income bracket. So people mainly from the diaspora are our preferential buyers, and then professionals, doctors, people in the oil business, like people working for these companies.
Oh, okay. Did you face any challenges while starting up?
A lot of people ask me, like, how have you actually succeeded being in such a male-dominating industry? But I have been very lucky that I've been treated very well by, you know, the greater organization, the Ghana Real Estate, banks, clients. It's been quite smooth.
Okay.
And I've had a great team also. I mean, it's not just... Yes.
Kudos to the team as well.
Yes,
very important. You should
yes.
always have the right team for your business to help it spread and grow to reach this level.
Yes.
Yeah. So I see you have quite a number of amenities. There's the pool area, there's the bar area, there's a playground for children. What went into that?
So again, I think coming from Dubai, like I'm originally Indian, but I am born and brought up in Spain, and I've been living in Dubai for the past 15 years also.
Okay.
So my husband lives in Dubai, and I am between Dubai and here. And I've always appreciated seeing, you know, gated communities where you have the amenities, so you don't have, especially for children, when they come home after school, they don't have to commute to go for swimming classes or tennis classes, or, you know, just hang out with your community, neighbors, friends. It's just safe. So that's why I think we also think that it's more a lifestyle than just amenities. It's like people that come here look to have a better lifestyle.
Okay. So meaning there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Whether mother, father,
yes.
children,
yes.
there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
So
yes.
I want to find out what makes you different from other, I mean, your company, the Greens Estate, what makes it different from other real estate companies?
So one thing that we really pride ourselves in is that we actually do our construction in-house. Mm-hmm. And that is something that I always think that it is one of our unique advantages. Normally, developers contract or subcontract the construction to a construction company. And construction, it is like a very, very difficult industry to actually know what has gone into the construction. Mm-hmm. Like if we look at the wall, you don't know how much, what's the iron rods that are inside the steel, you don't know how many coats of paint. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of like, you can't really measure construction. So for us, we do our construction in-house. And I think that gives us an edge in controlling our quality and what we actually deliver to our clients.
Okay. I want to delve just a little bit personal. Have you always been interested in the real estate business?
I have.
Okay.
I have always admired growing up people that would get passive income. Like I would be like, okay, so this gentleman, you know, he's collecting X amount of thousands of dollars or euros when we were in Spain. It wasn't his main business, but it would be like his passive income. He had invested in real estate. He was like older at that time, and he could just sit and just get that income. So I've always looked up to investment in real estate.
Oh, okay.
And again, like I said earlier, the fact that it is a tangible asset.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But what's your clientele base?
Mainly diaspora.
Targets? Okay.
From the USA, from the UK. We've got some clients that have come from, actually even Ghanaians from Japan, from Israel, Canada.
Okay.
Mainly. I would say 80% of our clientele is from the diaspora.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So still on clientele base, you already have already made units, and you spoke about acquiring another land. So what if I'm your client and I do not want the house, but I want a land? Is there an option like that?
No,
Okay.
because as a gated community also, we believe that, you know, we do want to protect your investment. And I think having the, let's say like units that will be easy for you to resell in case of wanting to resell, it would be easier when it's all properties that are standard, not different colors, different styles, different designs. So that's why we don't sell land.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. You spoke about style. I see the houses are almost the same style. What inspired that? Colors, style.
Yes. So the architect.
Okay.
The architect.
So an advice based on the architect.
Yes. So
okay.
he's the let's say the master behind the designs that you see, the colors, you know.
Oh, all right. Okay, so it's been nice having you, Kiran Daswani. Thank you so much for joining us on Business Moments on GhanaWeb. Thank you for sharing your business with us, telling us what you put into it and everything that's got to do with your business.
Thank you so much
for coming.
Thank you.
When we return, we take a tour of the Greens Estate. Stay tuned. Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. Well, this is the part where we take a tour of the facility. I believe you've been enjoying the interesting conversations so far, but we are going to check out what Greens Estate Company has for us, so you would decide on the kind of house you want. I have with me here the project manager of the Greens Estate Company. He is Prince Nyako. Hello, Prince Nyako. Welcome to Business Moments on GhanaWeb.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Welcome to the Greens.
Thank you. And what do you have for us? Take us on a tour.
Well, we have a lot to offer, and I think once we go on the tour, you should see what we have to offer.
All right. So
come with us.
He has a lot to offer. Yeah. Let's go. Okay. Okay, so I've noticed something interesting when I entered. I realized the street names are named according to, the streets are named according to flowers. I see marigold, I saw tulip over there.
Yes.
Is there any inspiration behind it?
Well, the vision of the Greens was to, as the name suggests, the Greens. We are trying to project nature and give a refined living experience to our clients. And so that is the reason why we have named our streets also after nature. So we have the palm street, and as you can see, you have palm trees all labeled here. You have the tulip, marigold, and all of that. So basically, that is the vision. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. And I read your profile, and one of the things I saw was that building affordable houses. How affordable is the Greens to the average Ghanaian?
Well, people may say that affordability is relative.
Okay.
But what we have done here at the Greens is to give you quality for not to also break the bank. Okay. That is what we've tried to do. And so we have houses ranging from 1 bed to 5 bedroom. Okay. And as much as possible, we try and control the cost by making sure that we do our own construction. We source materials from very competitive sources to be able to also beat down the prices for our clients. And so as we go along, you'll learn about the prices we have.
Okay, sure. And so whilst we are sourcing your materials, do you do local or international?
Basically, we do local. The vision of our CEO is also that we want to get the community involved. And so we have a lot of workers here who are Ghanaians, indigenous people, and then as much as possible we source all materials also from here in Ghana. Yes.
Okay. I think that's beautiful. At least there's some sort of employment for our local people here in Ghana. Exactly. And I've also noticed one thing. There's you are using particular colors. I see ash, I see white, and that color, is it light burgundy? Terracotta. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. Is there a reason?
Well, we have a professional architect who does all our designs, and so the concept is to make sure that we have uniformity, and also not to have colors that are too, pungent on the eyes. Exactly. Okay. So we have white, which gives you a brighter of the environment. We have grey, which is also like a bit of a shade of not too deep a grey. Okay. But so it just blends in. It gives you a very bright community.
Okay. Yeah. So as the project manager, what are some of the amenities house owners get to enjoy?
Okay, so maybe I'll take you there. But in here we have a swimming pool, a community swimming pool. We have a gymnasium.
Okay.
We have a multi-purpose court. And then we also have playgrounds, as you can see from behind me. We are yet to finish though, but we have some of these dotted all around, so you don't have your kids go outside to go and play. So we have some things like this for our kids to be able to also play. And then for the adult, we have a rooftop bar. Okay. We'll go and see that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
How much went into all these?
Okay.
What plans went into putting these edifices?
Okay, so where we started from is where we actually started in 2017. So that was our first phase. So we have some 2 beds, 3 beds, and then 2-bed terraces. Okay, so that's ended the first phase. And then we have the second phase, which started from just opposite the first phase, all the way to house 57, just ahead of us. So that also comprises some 2 beds, 3 beds, basically. Yes, and so we have a mix of everything: 2 beds, 3 beds for our phases 1 to phase 3, and then ongoing we have some 1 bed as well. I'll show you that as well.
Okay.
Very beautiful.
Okay. In terms of space, you know, some of us like our spaces. We like big spaces. I've noticed some of these real estate companies have quite smaller spaces. How big is your space?
Well, it's quite sizable. We have actually optimized the spaces we have, and so as you can see on my left, this is a typical 4-bedroom, which is part of our, phase 3. You have your parking to your left here. You have the building there. You can go all around the building.
Oh, okay.
You have also some greenery to your left as well, and so I mean we have really optimized the space, and definitely it is really a design for a family. I mean, yes.
Yeah, and for this particular house, I could see your client understood the concept, because I can see more greens actually in the house, and it makes it more beautiful.
Exactly.
Okay.
So as you can see, I mean, he's done a lot of additions to it. We have spaces for families, sit around for families. We have a lot of greenery around there, so there's a lot of space for families to be able to sit around and enjoy the facility.
Okay. I see quite a number of units around me. How many in total do we have?
Okay. So in total, we're doing a community of about 108 houses. 108 houses as we speak. We are on the last phase of it. We just have about 6 buildings to go. So those of you who want to be part of this community, you better run.
Rush while the deal is still hot.
Exactly.
Okay, that's nice. So we are heading towards
the phase 3. I want to first show you the recreational area, so you appreciate what the entire community also comes with.
So when you talk about the recreational area, is it just one particular spot? Because you showed me one particular one. Is that the only place for the units?
No. So that is a playground for kids. Yes, and then we have an additional space where you have an open top bar. You have the gym. And then you have also a multi-purpose and a swimming pool. So that is where I'm taking you to now.
All right, so this is the recreational space, and like I said earlier, I actually thought it was a unit, a housing unit, but it really looks spacious. There's a pool. I think there's a tennis court. That's the bar you spoke about.
That's
up
the bar,
there.
exactly. I'll take you there to look at it.
All right, sure.
Very beautiful. But let me not catch you, but we also have apartment, 1-bed apartment here, a 3-bed apartment as well. So those of you who are looking to do some investment can consider a 1-bed apartment here.
That's fine.
For Airbnb. I mean, it will give
Airbnb,
you very good.
yes, I was going to ask if you do Airbnb. Okay, so take us round and let's see what you've got.
Yes, so here is a community pool. As you can see, it's all done. Ready for swim. I don't know whether you brought in the costume.
Unfortunately, I didn't.
Okay, and then we have the multi-purpose court here. So that's for long tennis. You can do basketball as well, and even volley.
How deep is the pool?
We have the deepest side is about 1.3 feet.
Okay.
And then we have very, very shallow. Even for babies, you can sit on the staircases to your right.
Okay.
Yes.
But is this enough for the 108?
Oh yes. I mean, this is about 15 by 8 meter pool. So quite, very big. It's quite big. Yes.
Sure.
So the gym is not finished yet, but that is where the gym is.
Okay.
So we have about 162 square meters of gym space with washrooms, male and female, with lockers.
Okay.
Yes, it's not finished yet. So
I see.
And then up here is our open, rooftop bar.
Okay.
Maybe I can also take you there to look at.
Before we go to the rooftop bar, let's have a look at the 1-bedroom.
Okay.
Apartment or unit. So you have 2 of these, right?
We have 2 units of these.
Okay.
These are not completed yet.
Okay.
They are not completed yet, so maybe if we
can just have a fair idea
of what it is.
Of how it actually looks.
Okay.
Oh, I see some of the cabinets already.
Exactly. So it comes with an open kitchen. It's an open kitchen concept with an island.
Okay.
And then you have the sitting area here. You have a bedroom to your left. Yes. So you have closet space
Okay.
We have a closet space here. That is the washroom.
Wow.
Yes.
The washroom is even spacious.
Exactly. And then the bedroom here.
Yeah.
Exactly. A total of about 95 square meters.
Okay. So how much is something like this? Does something like this cost?
Yes. So this is going for a cool $109,000. $109,000.
$109,000.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so that's the staircase.
That's the staircase leading up. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So how was it for you handling this huge project? I mean, how did you feel from the onstart and to where you've gotten to?
Well, I mean, for me, it's been an experience. My background is actually in quantity surveying.
Okay.
Exactly, yeah. And veering into project management has not been too difficult because our training really allows us to do that.
Okay.
And so we started off in 2017. As you can see here, we are building our last gate. And so, I mean, it's been a beautiful experience for me, a learning experience, and we thank God for it, for how far He's brought us.
Well done, actually. So tell us about the space.
Okay, so this is about 252 square meters of space.
Okay.
You have a pergola here for if you want to sit under a shade, and then we have a bar.
Okay, so this is where the bar will be.
This is where the bar is going to be. So we have also a kitchen as well, a kitchen in there. Then you have washrooms.
Okay.
We have about 4 slots of washrooms in there for visitors.
Okay.
It gives a very beautiful view, as you can see from here.
Yes, actually.
Up here.
So you can even watch your kids.
Exactly, play from here.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can watch your kids play from here.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it open to outsiders or just homeowners here?
Yes. So what we're trying to do is to be able to manage the influx of people from outside, and so we have an external gate that brings people from outside to come and enjoy the space, while not disturbing the community. So as you can see, the whole recreational area is fenced.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a biometric, access system from outside into the estate. So once you're a member here, you can just access and come in here without necessarily going through the estate. Yes.
Oh, okay. Talking about fencing and all that, I would like to talk about security.
Yes.
How secured is the place?
Extremely secured. I mean, we have a 24-hour security. It's, as you can see, you saw there, it's manned. We have a second gate here as well, which is also going to be manned. Okay. And as much as possible, we try to incorporate other things to enhance the security. So the perimeter fence wall is actually electrified. I mean, we have electrocuted ones. And then we also adding on CCTV cameras into the estate and all that. And so just to enhance the security of the estate. All the street lights are solar powered. So that when there's blackout, you still have, some light.
That's good.
Yes.
That's a fair deal.
Exactly.
I mean, aside this space you have, is the Greens planning to move on to another space? Because I remember you told me this is your final unit or your final gate.
Exactly.
You're constructing.
Yes. So definitely yes. I mean, we are in this for the long haul. So as we can, just right behind these properties, we have a land there which is starting very soon. And I mean very, very soon. So those who want to book their units should talk into us. We have another one probably coming up in OEB as well. So, I mean, we have other developments coming up.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go back to the final phase of the whole project.
Yes.
How long is it going to take to complete the final phase?
So we're actually looking at by June of this year we should be out of here.
June of this year?
June of this year we should be.
All things being equal?
All things being equal, we should be getting out of here. Yes.
Okay. So we were talking about drainage. I don't see the pipes. I don't see things I'm not supposed to see. Open drainages and all that. Yes. How was that? How did you
so as our tagline goes, refined living. What we've tried to do is to keep a very safe environment for kids and also give a very hygienic, environment for our inhabitants. So what we've done here is that we have an underground drainage system, as you can see here. It also serves as a walkway.
Okay.
So all our drainages are underground. And then as I indicated to you last, all our street lights are also solar powered.
Exactly.
So when there's blackouts, the homes can have lights because they all have 1.5 kV solar panel, solar inverters. And then the street lights are also lit because of the solar lighting. Okay,
so meaning you're walking the talk of being an eco-friendly estate company.
Exactly.
Okay, that's amazing. So we are moving to a show house. Prince here is going to show us what exactly a house at the Greens look like. So come along and let's show you what's up. Okay, so this is a typical entrance.
Yes, so this is our 3-bedroom, known as the cedar. As I told you, all our houses are named after, nature, so cedar is the form of a tree.
Okay.
Exactly, so this is our 3-bedroom.
All right.
Yes.
Oh.
So
should I call this a grand entrance?
Exactly. What we have done is to give you a very big, it's our 1.3 meter door.
Okay.
It's quite very wide.
Okay. So where are we starting from? The hall?
Let's go to the living area.
Okay.
Yes, so very beautiful, I guess.
Yes, I see.
Exactly.
Neutral colors. Well, that's my kind of furnishing.
A lot of people like these colors. Exactly.
Yes.
So what we have done, to your left here, you see a very big sliding door. Similarly, we have one to your right.
Okay.
Exactly. So that is what we call, it gives you cross ventilation. So you don't always need to have your ACs on. You can just, shift one door here, slide another one here. You have a mosquito netting here, so you can just slide, and then you enjoy the fresh air. Okay. It also gives you a lot of lighting into the house, so you don't have to always put on your artificial lighting. So
I see a lot of modding decorations. Yes. I mean, with regards to the ceilings, the lightnings, the tiles. I was looking at something on Facebook actually, and people were teasing landlords or complaining about landlords that they use a lot of brown and those multicolored kind of tiles. But I see this is quite different for their buildings. So
simplicity, they say, it's the way to go.
Okay. Yeah. So does the client have an option to have a furnished house?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, we are very open. Okay. We are very open. So if you want us to furnish for you, we can also do that for you. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
All right. So the TV sits here, TV, exactly. And then the couch.
The couch here.
Okay. All right. So we go upstairs.
Yeah, we can. Let me show you the kitchen.
Okay.
You want to enjoy my sofa?
Yes, I do. I do. It actually looks cozy.
Yes, it is.
Oh wow. You could sleep here, take a nap, even spend the night here.
Oh yeah, I mean it's
and I think it's even spacious for family gatherings.
Exactly.
And all. Exactly. Okay, so a space like what was the space?
So this is about 30 square meters here.
Okay.
For the dining and then the living area.
Yeah. All right. That's nice. Let's move on to the next. I can't wait to see what you have in store.
Oh, okay. So let me show you what we have here on the ground floor.
Okay.
So we have a guest washroom to your left.
This is it?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a guest washroom here.
Oh, okay.
Very beautiful.
Well, this is what some people call the powder room, I guess.
Yes, the powder room, exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let me see. Let me have a look at it.
Yes.
Okay, it's quite spacious, not really small.
Yes.
The door is deceptive. It looks quite tiny, so yes, yeah. So next, I see the kitchen.
That's the kitchen.
Okay.
So we furnished the kitchen for you. We give you an extractor. It comes with the gas.
Oh, wow.
Exactly, yes. So
and these are the storage spaces.
These are the storage spaces, yes.
Okay. Quite spacious.
Yes. And to your left, you have a storeroom.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a storeroom here. That houses your washing machine. Oh. And then the solar inverter is also kept in here.
Oh, okay.
If you want us to do some additions for you in terms of shelves, that can also be done. So
there's an option for renovation.
Oh yeah, I mean additions.
Okay,
we are
additions.
Very open to additions.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so where does this door lead to?
This actually takes you to the backyard.
Okay, but let's finish with the yes. Okay. So I see the same tiles you use for the hall is what you are using.
Same. We carry the same tiles
throughout every
space.
The
space. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So
all right. How safe is this?
Very safe.
The glass panels.
This is about 10 mm thick glass.
Okay.
10 mm thick glass is quite tight. And then we also have the option of metal hand railing.
Okay.
So whichever one you choose, we can do that for you.
Sure.
So here is the master bedroom.
Oh.
So this is the master bedroom.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is the master bedroom.
This is lovely.
Yes. This is the master bedroom.
Oh, it has built-in wardrobe.
Exactly, yes.
Oh, well, closet. Okay. That's a queen-size bed.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And then you have the washroom to your right.
Okay.
Also quite spacious. And then we give you a balcony here.
Okay. Oh.
So you can enjoy.
This one there, face me, I face you.
You can
Oh,
enjoy
that's
the
nice. It's quite
community.
airy here.
Very,
Yeah.
very airy. Yeah.
It's quite airy.
Very airy.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. So the washroom.
Yeah, that's the washroom. Yes.
Okay. 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 All right. So we move on to the next room.
Yes. So we have 2 other bedrooms, all en suite.
Okay.
So one to your right here.
Okay. Oh.
Yes.
This quite smaller.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a bit.
Yeah.
So,
okay. Yes. Oh, another built-in closet.
exactly. All the rooms comes with that.
Okay.
The last
So that's the
bedroom.
last bedroom.
That's the last bedroom. Yeah.
Okay. I see 2 beds.
Yes.
So for like a kid's room,
Kids'
right?
room,
Children's
exactly.
room.
Yes.
Oh. Oh, but I didn't feel all the beds.
Yes.
That's a clean space.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So let's talk about the units.
Yes.
How is the units, or how are the units like? 2 bedroom, 1 bedroom, 3 bedroom.
Yes. So we start from 1 bed.
Okay.
As I showed you at the recreational area.
Yeah.
And then 2 beds. We also have 3 beds. We have some variety in the 3 beds. We have the cedar. We have another unit, another 3 bedroom known as the oak as well. Those are under construction. And then we have the 4 bedroom known as the cypress.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So
okay.
This is the parking lot.
Oh.
The parking lot.
So how many cars can fit?
You can fit 2 cars actually.
Okay.
2 SUVs can even fit here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks small.
It's a 3.5. The
Okay.
average car size weight is about 2.5. So you still have space to move around.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the payment plan?
Yes.
Yes. How is it like if I want to purchase?
Yes. As I indicated, I mean, we are very open. We have self-financing where we give clients up to, say, 1 year. Exactly. We also have accept mortgage. Exactly. And then when you're doing self-financing, as I indicated, I mean, within a period of, say, 6 to 1 year, I mean, we can consider that. Yeah.
Okay. So does that mean you make a lump sum in the first month?
Yes. So what we'll do
What's the
is
percentage?
Okay. So what we do is that you do a 30%, between 30 and 40% down payment, and then the rest, if you're doing self-financing, is spread for you between 6 and 1 year. And then if you're doing a mortgage, depending on your income and your commitments, the bank can look at 80%, and you do a down payment of 20%. The bank disburses the 80% when you have made your payment, and when the house is also completed, the bank does they do the payment of the 80% for you.
Oh, okay. That's
and
quite flexible.
for Ghanaians, I think you can get between 5 to 15 years on your mortgage in terms of payback period. Yeah.
So for how many homeowners do you have out of the 108?
Living here?
Yes, living here.
In and out, we have almost about, say, 30. And we have clients who live abroad, so they come in and go. And then we still have some residents also in there. Yeah.
Okay. And finally, what sets you apart? So we are going. This is still the backyard.
This is the backyard.
Okay.
Yes.
I think we should give a full tour of the house.
So one thing I need to mention is the cedar.
Okay.
It also comes with an out room. Yeah.
This is an out room. What's it for?
So if you have a house help, you can.
Okay.
A single. The student bed can fit in here because it has its own washroom.
Oh, it has a washroom.
Exactly.
Okay.
If you want to also say set up an office space, you can also hide away from the kids.
All right. Okay. That's nice. Oh, that's fine. It's okay. Okay. So finally, whilst we are moving out of the house, what differentiates the Greens from other real estate companies?
Well, what I would say is that we control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money. In terms of payment terms, we are very flexible. The construction itself, I mean, some estate developers are averse to taking people around to see the start of the construction. But we are very open. We wish that people come here to see the construction right from the onset. I mean, the convention here is that people use blocks in the foundation, but we use concrete solely for the foundation. From foundation all up, we use concrete for the foundation. In the block, we produce it ourselves just to satisfy ourselves that we are giving you quality. And then our materials are carefully sourced, from the right sources. It's not like we want to cut corners, no. We don't do that. So that is what actually set us apart from others.
Okay, but I want to take you back just slightly about the housing units. What's the range from the lowest to the highest?
Okay, so our pricing, as I indicated earlier, start from 110,000 to 262,000.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Prince Nyarko, for joining us on Business Moment. It's been lovely having you take us on a tour to your project and as well as a showroom house. Thank you very much. We've come to the end of another interesting conversation on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest was the Greens Estate. If you are interested in owning a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3 or even 4, the right place to go is the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25. Also, if you're a business owner and you are interested in being featured on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV, see the numbers below and give us a call. Log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. Get interactive with us on all our social media handles. We are at the GhanaWeb on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel for more videos. My name is Na Oyokwoti. Thanks for watching.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and 10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
In 2019 across Spain, and it was an eye-opening experience for us having to play music, and man, people in Europe love Ghanaian music.
The African continent is blessed with some of the greatest music bands, and Ghana can boast of the band Fra. Young, talented instrumentalists and singers making waves with their sound. It's a 360 conversation here on Talkatainment. I am Paula Amabruni. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. You're welcome back. You're still watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Now, I have here seated on my couch 2 members of Ghanaian band Fra. George and Salom. Salom is the guitar player and George, he's the band leader and bass player. Welcome, guys.
Thank you very much.
Great. It's good to have you. I've been following your progress and I love your music. You guys are doing amazing. And if you haven't checked them out, it's like, you are missing out because they do real authentic African music. But let me find out from you. What do you do? Will you say it's Afro-funk, high life? How would you describe your music?
It's Afrofusion.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's dominated strongly by high life. High life is like the bedrock, and we fuse it with various genres: jazz, pop, funk, Afrobeat, you name it.
Okay. So just as your name say Fra, I feel that energy. Great. So the band, just tell us the genesis. How did Fra come to be? And then the members. Let me start. How many are you in the band?
So the core members of the band are six. But we have a seventh member who's like an ad hoc member. Yes, we started out in 2015. But prior to that, we had been playing together as friends. We were actually in the same church together. And George and the drummer had been friends since high school. And they met the keyboard player along the line. And I think one day they came to Koforidua, where I lived, for a workshop, and they met me over there and we became friends. So around that time I was in Legon, and we linked up, exchanged contacts, and when I came back to school, I was on vacation. When I came back to school, I met up with them and I started playing with them. So in 2015, we just came up with the idea of, coming together to form a band and doing our own music, even though we're like playing at pubs and bars by then and doing cover stuff for other artists. So later, the following year in 2016, we decided to brand ourselves properly, and the name we came up was Fra.
Fra.
Yeah, you came up with it. Yeah.
So what is the real meaning? I know like Fra's in Chi, you say it's a mixture.
It means mix.
Mix.
Yes.
Great. You make mention that you started from the church. Yeah, some musicians say, oh, once I was born in my mother's womb, I just knew how to sing. I started singing and all that. But with the church, we have some instrumentalists who say, okay, maybe when you play for the church, you feel like, oh, it's free and all that and all that. What would you say about that, the church where you came from? In churches where maybe they feel like, okay, the instrumentalists, they are part of us, so, no money and all that, they are just playing for the God and all that. How do you balance that? Because I've had a lot of people say it's just free like that, all of that.
Well, I think it depends on your personal arrangements or agreements with the church. Some people play for free, and some people play to be paid. So, yeah. I think it's a personal decision.
Okay.
Yeah, some people decide just to play to help the church or for God, and others also see it as a business. But for us, we play in church just to support the church because we are already okay with the band.
I see.
You understand?
I see.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I observe is that with bands, it looks like it starts with a 4-member. So if somebody that you want to start up a band, what are the core instrumentalists, or what do you need on board or in your team to make up a solid band?
I think every band is made up primarily of a drummer, a bass player, and a keyboardist. And usually there's a singer. So at least 4, although I've seen a lot of bands with less members, like 3. It's very common in America and Europe to meet what we call a jazz trio or even a normal trio, where we have just like a drummer, a bass player, and either a keyboardist or a guitar player. There's several examples like that. The most popular one I can think of right now is John Mayer, who has his own trio. He plays the guitar and sings at the same time.
Okay.
He's being backed by a drummer and a bass player. So if one of the members is going to double as a singer, then 3 can do it. But 4, 5, 6, 7, I mean, you can go above that. I remember this man, Fela Kuti, had a team of running into like 40 plus. Yeah, when he traveled with a very large team. But to answer your question, there's usually a core in the band, which starts out, in our case, we were 4. And when the band becomes bigger, when you guys gain some traction for yourself, you can definitely build up on that and bring other people on board to beef up the sound.
Okay. Okay, great. So you coming together, what has been your greatest inspiration? What is the goal? What is the plan?
So for us now, I mentioned earlier on that we started out as a cover band. Then it got to a point where we were like, now we need to put ourselves out there, come up on stage front and center, and brand ourselves as an artist. Why did we go in this direction? We look back at Ghana's history and we realized that most of Ghana's music from the 80s, 70s, and 60s had been born in band culture. We've had a lot of bands coming up from Ghana, and making a big name for themselves out there in the West. The most prominent example being Osibisa.
Yeah.
Ramblers, E.T. Mensah, the African Brothers Band, like so many of them. If your father or mother, if your parents or grandparents had any vinyl records, you'd see most of these bands I'm talking about out there. And I think as at now, not many of them are active. I can only think of Pa Thomas and the Kwashibu area band, Ebo Taylor and a few others. Yeah, but we don't have any current crop of like contemporary bands doing the same thing that they were doing back then, making the same impact that they were making back then. So we decided to take it upon ourselves to be the guinea pigs in this case, and our little experiment has blown up, and you're looking at it right now as Fra.
So proud, because if you're Ghanaian and you experience the quality, the kind of music that you do, the energy, everything, it's crazy. Yeah, George, so what do you think has contributed to Ghana not having like a lot of vibrant bands and all that? What has been the challenge?
I think Selom stated earlier that back in the day, in the 60s and the 70s, when you are asked to mention your favorite artist, you definitely mention the name of a band. But we learned that around the 80s, there was a little bit of political unrest with the coups and the military regimes and all that. And, you know, some of the band's music were political. And, you know, there were curfews and all that, so the bands couldn't perform. So most of the active bands then left Ghana for Nigeria and other African countries and Europe. So that sort of killed the band culture around that time. And fast forward, you know, electronic music started, the beats and all of that. So that has really played a major role in the band culture going extinct at a certain point of time until recently, where the Ebo Taylors and the Pa Thomases, Jedoublé and Boulé picked it up again.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So you will encourage more young people to, you know, form bands and all. Later we'll talk about the challenges. But I want to find out who are your greatest top 3 music bands. Everybody got an inspiration though.
I think we have to answer this question individually.
Okay, George, how are your case?
Top 3 general?
Yeah.
In general.
In general, wow. Man, definitely Osibisa. Definitely Osibisa. And then Ebo Taylor and the Salt Pond City Band. The last band.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you. Selom, give me your favorite.
Yeah, so Osibisa is also a favorite with me, not just because of their sound, but even because of their style. I actually love the album covers because they have this very psychedelic feel to them. Looking at the album cover and listening to music totally transports you somewhere else. So Osibisa definitely my top 3. Actually, the band, most of us love Osibisa. And I can also talk about a band which I got into recently from Nigeria called The Cavemen, who are also doing very well in Nigeria. I think they're one of the new bands in the scene who have really shaken things up and gathered a following in a very short time.
Okay.
Yes, and I actually love vintage stuff, so I'll also talk about Earth, Wind and Fire, which is a band from the US. I don't know if you've listened to any of their songs. After the Love Is Gone, September, and a few other very hits of theirs. Yeah, they're very popular with older people, but I like to revisit stuff like that because sometimes they lend you ideas when you're crafting up with new things, and that is actually something that we also like to do.
Yeah. Inspiration is really key. Now let's talk about music. I've got a lot of your favorite, but then 30 Billion is one of the things I like. Tell us the story. How did it come about? What is the thing behind it?
Okay, so I really wish Virgin, our drummer and composer, was here to give more light on this because he usually comes up with the song ideas.
Okay.
But he came up with the idea for that song. He was like, he wanted us to try something which was more of like more hip, had this like Afro beats, poppy vibe, which a lot of like youthful people who resonate, like would kind of like vibe along to. And somehow that phrase 30 billion came into our minds because the video has a song along those lines. Yes. And it's not like we took the phrase from him. We looked at the elements of the song. People who play songs like this like to go out to party, like to rave. So it's usually money, flashy lights, strobe lights, and all that. So we thought of like these things and we injected them to the lyrics. That's how come you have a 30 billion over there. So it's a song about money, but money makes the world go round. It's a song about partying.
All right.
As well.
So if you haven't checked out 30 Billion by Fraz, it's a good tune. You should check it out. Then I'm Gone. I love it when musicians take issues that are in society and, you know, hammer, call for change and all that. So your music should have something inside where, you know. And then you, in I'm Gone, you talk about domestic violence and all that. I've seen musicians here, not just band, talk about issues, even in government, you know, when things are not going to do so, they go talk about that. But then the moment a musician is bold enough to address issues of the society and maybe go after the government, you tag that's partisan. Why is it so? Even though we all have political parties we belong to, but then the moment you want to voice out, you talk about domestic violence, but someone want to talk about politics and the hardship, and then they want to go after you and say you're partisan. How do you feel in that space as a musician, you know, drumming something home, or you just don't want to play the politics part?
For political, I think there are enough artists addressing political.
So you leave it to them.
Oh no, okay, we can address it. We actually have a song called Doom. So although we didn't explicitly make it like a political song, it's like kind of like a satire because we compared the erratic power supply during those days to the affection you receive from a lover who is inconsistent. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, so the same way today you have power, tomorrow you don't. Like, we just liken it to you having a partner being a man or a woman, and it's like today they are minding, or they are mind OD. Like, they kind of like playing this she loves me, she loves you not, ping pong thing with you, and we made that into a song. So although it's not explicitly political, we used the situation in Ghana at that time. So you could read some political meaning into that, but we didn't want to go all out for a very good reason. And people hate it when you talk about the truth. People hated Jesus Christ for it. They hated Fela Kuti. He was actually banned from coming to Ghana because he performed, I think, at the Black Star Square, a song called Zombie, and which described the way and manner in which soldiers were being used by the government to bully people, to bully political opponents. They don't have a mind of their own. They're like zombies being given orders, and this instigated unrest among people who were at the concert. And I think there was a riot after that. People went from the concert to Osu area to go and riot, something like that. And the government was not so happy about it. So it was banned from coming to Ghana. Thankfully, Ghana's political climate is much calmer.
Even though sometimes they come after them, but of course.
You know, people are still, you know, partisan, very partisan in this side of our world.
So later we'll talk about that, because some musicians, they'll campaign when things go bad. It's a whole lot. They say they always go after Sako, they don't go after Samini, but then we've all got choices, you know. So I'm still seated with the band Fra, Ghanaian band instrumentalists. I'm here with Salom and George. We're talking music and everything 360 about their band. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we delve more into their music. You're welcome back. You're still watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. I'm here with the band Fra. Would you say that Ghana, the country where you are, they've given you your flowers in terms of the good music that you do, the traction, everything, appreciating on all levels? Would you feel like the flowers have been given?
Well, I think they have, because anytime you come to a Fra concert, the place is always packed, and that wouldn't have been the case if people were not supportive of what we do as a band. But you know, there's always more room for improvement. Like, we would like the media to, you know, throw more light on what's going on in the band side of music. It's like all attention is towards the artists, the people who do solo projects and all of that. But a lot of attention has not yet been given to the band side of things. But there's wonderful things going on at that side of music too. So I think the media should try to also look towards our direction. We have good musicians there. And if you were at our concert, our last concert, which was just 2 weeks ago, you would have been so impressed. We had some of the finest bands in the country perform on that night, and they may not be known down here, but trust me, everyone gave the performance of their lives. That's what we do at our concerts. It's always a jam, involve the audience in everything that we do. So they always go home with a lot of great memories.
All right.
Yeah.
So Ghana, Shatawale got the Esther movement, and then Stonebwoy being native. So if you're a fan of Fra, how you call yourself?
You're part of the family.
Framen.
Family. So family with Fra.
Hey, just said fraternity, family. Oh, okay. Okay. I love that. But then, currently, is there any artist or band that you wish to partner with, like collaboration and stuff like that?
Well, I think
I know you have a new project coming out.
Yes, we do. I think we have already collaborated with a couple of bands and artists, but definitely there are more bands we would like to collaborate with. We already have a song with Checheku. He is a Ghanaian musician based in France, and he has a band. He actually introduced us to all these touring circuits and all of that, so he helped us, you know, get our first tour to some extent. So we have a song with him. We also have a song with Senku Live. I don't know if you know of the Senku Live band. They're also an awesome group that plays in Ghana. We have a song with them, but I would definitely like to do something with Wiala.
Oh, Wiala.
Definitely Sound Trophy, probably Jeduble and
Do you have something with Aduma?
Aduma was the first artist.
Because I love her vibe, and I'm like, you know, when you mention, I'm like,
yeah.
Great.
We do. We have two records with Aduma.
Great.
One on our first album. It's called Ima. Yeah, it's a guy's anthem. They really love it.
You should check out Ima.
Yes, and the second one is Hanimaya, which also features Queen Ayoko. So it features Aduma and Queen Ayoko. That's on our second album.
All right.
Yeah.
Right. So music-wise, you guys are doing great music and all that. But Salom, what would you say has been some of the challenges working together as a band and, you know, selling your music, your sounds to everyone, you know, to the rest of the world?
So the very first one has been the acceptance. You have friends and family, people very close to you, questioning what you are doing. And you know how it feels like when people are around you are questioning what you're doing. It feels like what you're doing, it's not really going to work out. So that constant negativity tends to get into the way. You need to be very mentally strong to look past it and remain focused on what you are doing. So I can reasonably say most of the band members, the band has been very, very strong in that regard, with that resolve. We've stood our ground and we've been able to overcome that very first block, that is acceptance, people around you questioning what you're doing, whether it's actually going to work out, whether is this marketable, is this going to bring money. Your parents will always ask you, why have you gone to university and dropped your degree and playing in bars and pubs? It doesn't make sense to them. So that was the first hurdle. The second part had to do with finances. So let me start with sponsorship.
Right.
So when you're going out to look for sponsorship as a band, The same way it's difficult for individuals to view you, the group, as an artist, corporate institutions also have that difficulty because they're used to seeing rappers and solo singers show up on their doorsteps with some kind of like proposition for a partnership and all that. But when we do it, and also coupled with the fact that they think you're not so big, they tend to shy away. And we've had it's quite tough in that department. So far, we've had to be organizing most of our projects with a combination of band contributions, like individual contributions, and also the coffers that the band has, money we've made from doing gigs. Yes, in our when we are not doing our own music, we do cover events for weddings. And yes, weddings and all that. Also for other artists, we've actually worked with quite a number of artists, both gospel and secular. I can mention so many. And we save up that money and put it down and try to organize our own stuff because we don't have any investor or any company stepping in and saying, okay, I'm going to take care of this for you. Nah, it's not really been there. God being so good, I think with our last event, we had Ravens Consultant stepping in, coming on board with us, and I think that they are our very first investor, so to speak. So the finances have been very, very tricky, very, very tricky. But
can imagine.
I think we are at that point where we are, at the peak of the mountain, about to slide down.
It will happen, but it takes someone who really appreciates music to, appreciate sound. So when someone like, oh, they are not, I'm like, you don't know music, you don't appreciate quality sound. You're used to the, less party thing. But if you really feel music, understand, you'll fall in love with Fra. So if we don't have to attend your concert, do you play at sport? How do you play? Or you have to wait for their concert before we see you live in action? You mentioned that you do like weddings and corporate events and stuff.
Yeah, but most of those events are private events, so we can't put it on our pages and all of that. You understand?
Yeah,
with someone's party,
that.
wedding, they are private events. I think besides the main fraternity, we always try to hold another concert, something little, be it in the form of an album launch or something. This year we're actually trying to do another fraternity out of Accra. You understand? Because we've been doing the past editions within Accra. We feel it's time for us to take fraternity out of Accra to another city. So we are still, in discussions with people out there. We don't live there, so we need to partner with people who are actually there.
I think Takoradi will do, because they have like I've been to Takoradi a couple of times, and they also appreciate the sounds and all the things. So Fra, have you toured the world? What are some of the events that you've been to? And of course, you're saying that this year there are plans for it, but then let's talk about tour, selling your music, what you do, the quality to the rest of the people, maybe on the African continent or part of the world.
Okay, so our very first trip together as a band. Prior to that, I think some of the band members had traveled individually, but together as a unit, going out there to go and do our own music was in 2019. We auditioned on a project called Bisabi by an organization called Casa Africa, and this was based on the recommendation of our friend Chicheku, who is very conversant with the touring landscape. So he advised us to get ourselves out there and that people in Europe would love our music. So we applied, we were picked, and we were asked to come and audition out of like 12 bands. Chechiku himself was there, so his band and Fra, we were chosen to go on a tour for 6 weeks in Spain. So that was, I think, our first major breakthrough. We did 9 shows in 9 different locations.
Which year was that? 2019?
In 2019 across Spain. And it was an eye-opening experience for us, having to play music, and man, people in Europe love Ghanaian music. I'm saying this because anytime we went on stage, every single venue we played at, the place was full right before we came on stage. And from the first song to the last song, even though they don't understand the language, the way they relate, the way they look at you, they try to repeat the words. It's funny when you hear Europeans speak Tree.
Can you imagine?
And all, they try to repeat the words, they try to get themselves involved in the music, and it's very encouraging, because we saw songs we wrote in our bedrooms, we sat down to piece together being repeated, choruses being sung by our audiences in Europe, and it didn't end there. We came back and we did a showcase in Morocco, in Rabat. That was later that year, called Vista for Music, and the feedback from that one too was very phenomenal, and we had a number of bookings from that particular show for the next year, 2020, in summer. That's
okay.
So I think in 2020 we went to Zanzibar. There's a show called, there's a festival called Southeast Abuzara, which is one of the biggest in East Africa. We also performed there, and that, I mean, that show, I just want to go back to Zanzibar just because of that show.
It's written all over your face. Okay.
Yeah, when we came back from Zanzibar, and I think that's when COVID struck. Yeah,
okay.
So we couldn't make it for any of our bookings. Later that year, 2020, we were just indoors.
It was difficult.
Yeah.
2020.
Charlie, it was difficult for all sides.
Yeah, there were no venues doing live music, so we were just indoors.
What we were having was like the virtual thing where people play, then you could go on YouTube and go and watch.
Go and watch. So that's what we did for 2020, and subsequently 2021, we did that again, but.
With a few people in attendance.
Yeah, with a few people in attendance. Yeah, we did that again.
Okay.
Later that year in 2021 was, I said like that year, it's just last year. In 2021, we had the chance to do a festival called Nyege Nyege.
Okay.
And that was 2022.
2022, right?
Yeah, that was last
year. That was last year.
That was last year.
Yeah.
2022 was last year.
Yeah.
So living in the time capsule. So, last year, yes, we did Nyege Nyege in Uganda, and we went there with Adoma.
Yep.
So we did a set with her, and also we did a set as Fra as well. It was somewhere in Itanda Falls on the Nile River.
Yeah, that experience was you had to sleep in tents and all of that.
As earlier we had the conversation, usually people love the band, you have to go outskirts, just somewhere.
There's no network even.
It was beautiful.
Yeah, there's no network.
I see.
You're just off grid.
You had to bath in the river.
Yeah.
Wow. But in Africa, one of my favorite bands, Southeast, like, would there ever be something with them? Because they are cool too.
Yeah, definitely. Never say never. We just need to, build a connection, and it will happen.
All right. But then in Ghana, when we talk about music, a lot of artists say that, okay, sometimes they do amazing, but when it comes to our awards, they are sidelined. But a band, would you say the Ghana Music Awards, the Ghana music industry, you have like a safe spot for you, a safe category that you know that, okay, this is it. At the end of the day, we are appreciating bands, we are hammering, and then letting people get the attention that, okay, bands do, not just about the musician. So when you talk about Ghana Music Awards, how would you say?
I don't think so. They usually nominate us under Group of the Year, which I think is too broad.
It's an umbrella term.
Yeah, for the type of music we do, because you are in that same group with groups like Keche.
I know.
It's like, those people are mainstream, so you definitely wouldn't win the award. So I think moving on, award organizers or event organizers should probably do a band category.
Yeah.
Probably band of the year or something. That makes more sense, because when you put us under one umbrella, Group of the Year, it's too broad.
I agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree with that. But then before we wrap up, what are the plans for the year 2023?
2023.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I was going to mention that we did a showcase in Portugal last year in October, which is called the World Music Expo. WMEX is the biggest meeting of music professionals in the world. They bring people from all over the world. I think about how many people are usually in attendance? Around 3,000 music professionals. So you get to connect with these people. You get to expose yourself to them and sell your brand and your band or your music to them. And a lot of things can come out of that: record deals, bookings for tours, marketing opportunities for your music, having the ability to get you out there on Spotify and Apple Music playlists. So we did Womex, and the response once again was very good. And out of that, we have some bookings for this year, 2023. So we'll be going back on the road.
Okay.
God willing, in June.
Yeah. And then maybe later in the year we could have another fraternity.
Yeah, in another region, as I said.
In our region, great.
Since you missed the last one, you have to travel.
I was working, poor me though, but it was great talking to you. Then what for the fans? Where can they find you, your music, and also on social media? Where can we connect?
So you can find us on all social media as the band Fra.
The band Fra.
Yeah, and it's same on all online music stores. Just search Fra. I think it's Fra there with the exclamation mark. Don't leave it out.
Okay.
FRA with the exclamation mark. You find our music everywhere on YouTube. Yeah, we're everywhere.
Great. So thank you very much, George and Salom, for today's conversation. And I must say, you guys are doing amazing. Thanks. The first time I heard your sound, I was blown away. I was like, this is good. I love good music too. So I was like, yeah, this is it. So for those of you who are yet to discover Fra, you know you've missed a lot, but you can join the family. Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, great. So thank you very much for doing this with us. We really appreciate you. We're going to support, as you say, the media. So whatever you're going to do, we're going to get on board, because good music, we love to also see that, okay, Ghana is winning on the international platform, whatever. And then when we talk of bands, they're going to chip in, not just like your CBSA, the Ramblers and all that. The new school too are on board. Thank you very much. And to you who did the watching, I must say thank you very much for watching this episode of Talkatainment. I am Paula Amabroni. We'll be back with something bigger. Thanks for watching.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What is this guy? Download to Lemonade Finance.
History says they carried this bell from Keta, the port of Keta.
Okay.
Human beings. They have to carry. In those days, they were walking. Yeah, it has a ringing tone, which the community people, they are aware of. So when they ring it, they know what the bell is saying. It's telling them.
Welcome to People and Places on GhanaWeb TV. Today on our Mejope tour series, we take a look at the oldest church in the Avatime traditional area, the EP Church. Let's go meet our guest who's on the other side, and then we'll get right to the conversation. See you in a bit.
So it happened that somewhere in 1886, the first white men or Germans traveled to Amejope through Bajeme. They climbed the hill. Actually, they traveled from Ho on foot to Jokwe, going to Nkonya area. Then they happened to settle at Jokwe, Old Town. There they saw the mountain range and they asked whether it is accessible. And they told them, yes, it is accessible. So there were natives, first convicts. One, Mr. Jacob Anku, who was baptized by the Bassa mission at Mayira in Accra, near Accra, and Jokoto. So they settled at Jokwe and they named the place Jerusalem. Because they were baptized, they don't want to mingle with their relatives. In those days, there was nothing like Jesus in our area here. So it's all fetishing, traditional worship. So that's how come the Germans took Reverend Siege and Reverend Spitz. They travel on foot through Bajeme. You can see the hill, then to Amejope. They passed the night here. So due to the weather and no mosquito bite during the night, they decided that they'll pass another day here. So they feel comfortable here. The weather was good. And they asked the chief whether they'll have access to the people to talk to them. And
to share the word.
To share the word. Lo and behold, there was some gentleman in the town who also happened to work for some German at Keta. In those days, he was a translator. You know, if a white-skinned person arrived and they have not seen it before, everybody was afraid. And they said, they ran to the man. His name is Setafia. They ran to him that he should come and see. Maybe he will know something about them and he understand the German language. So they brought Setafia, a native of Amejope, and he translated what the people want to tell the natives. So they feel happy. So the first visit was in 1886. They went back and their second coming was in 1889. That was where the work actually started. The missionary work started in Amejope, 1889.
Our tour guide for today is Mr. Ajato. He's an indigene of Amejope and a presbyter of the EP Church. And you heard him telling us how the EP Church started in the Avatime traditional area, specifically Amejope. I learned so much on this production and I can't wait for you to learn too. So make sure you stay with us till the end.
From the beginning, the chiefs and elders, they accepted them into the community. But you know, it was very hard because to throw away their fetishing and traditional worship is very hard. But gradually, they had the people to follow them. So the first converts who accepted Jesus Christ, they gave them land here. And we call here Bethel.
Okay. Till today?
Till today. Okay. This is the Bethel area. In Amejope, we have 5 clans. Okay. But Bethel is a no man's clan. So people from all the 5 clans, if you accept Jesus Christ, they'll give you a portion here and you put up your building here. They'll give you a portion, you put up your building at Bethel here. That's come, this area is all Bethel. The first worship place that they put up is the one there where near the blue building roof. You see some white iron sheet on a corrugated one. That was the first worship place they put up.
Okay. Okay. So that's
the first
EP
worship
church.
EP church.
Okay. Right.
We call it today Gbedohohoho Old Chapel.
Okay.
Old Chapel.
Okay. Is it still in use?
Yes, we still
still
use
a
it.
church.
It's still a
People
church.
still worship.
So children, Sunday school children, yes, children ministry, they worship there. Yes, they worship there.
This is the first church building Mr. Adjato spoke about.
It is stones. They came here to meet stones. So stones plus bent bricks. That was used for all this building. Stones.
Oh, that's why it's still very strong.
Yes.
Okay. But do you intend to break this?
No. This one, we have no plan of touching it. All we want to do is, if maybe we get funds, we renovate it. We renovate. And the roofing, you see, as it's corrugated iron. We renovate it in a modern way and use this place for children's service and then tourist center. We can bring in all the old artifacts of the Germans, we can bring them here and keep them here. Recently, you see, as children, they are learning here. They put their hands on this old machine and all got spoiled. The early organs. Yes. Now it's not in a good form again. And all these things, the pulpit, all these things, where you write the hymns, they were the works of our early Germans. You see how they put it. These are some of their handiworks. How the early carpenters, they were taught to construct these things, build a cupboard. So it's all church items. The culture of maintenance.
Now let's get back to the conversation.
At the 50th celebration, Jubilee celebration in Amejope, when the church was 50 years old, they put up this staircase. For the celebration.
50th
anniversary.
Of the church.
Yes, after 1889. You count down 50 years, then they constructed this staircase. Yes. And then come and see where the trees are, and you see a pink building there. Yes. That's the mission house.
Okay.
Where pastor's residence.
Was it also built 50 years?
50 years.
Okay. Wow.
By Reverend R.S. Kwame. So he put up that building as the pastor's residence, and then the staircase here.
The same person?
Yes.
Okay.
Under his leadership.
Okay.
Because before they put up the training, the missionary center, training catechists and evangelists to go out and propagate the gospel. So this was their station, which is now College of Education.
Oh, okay.
And that was the first station where they put up the buildings, training evangelists and catechists to go out and propagate the gospel.
So it used to solely be for training of...
Yes, seminary.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Mission
Before
seminary.
It was
converted to the college.
Okay. So in the beginning, when the staircase was built, was it for the church?
For the church.
So the staircase was built at the same time the church was built?
At the same time when they were putting up the building. They were constructing the staircase.
Okay.
But it wasn't like this. Okay. I came to meet the constructor or the mason who put it in a better shape. Okay. Yes.
Okay. So for the staircase, how many steps do we have in total?
At first, it was about 60 something, but when they restructure it, now only we can count before we know.
Okay. Is there a particular reasoning behind this tall staircase?
Well, actually, it was coinciding with the 75th anniversary. They should make it to celebrate the 75th, is it Silver Jubilee? Something like that. Okay. Yes.
But is it easy for everybody to climb the staircase, especially because there are quite a number of elderly people in the community?
Yes, it will wonder you to see elderly people climbing these stairs, just as if it is an exercise for them. And before we come to church here, sometimes you see elderly people, they are already seated before we come.
Interesting.
Yes, interesting. Yes.
Okay.
So it's not a big deal for them. Those who cannot, sometimes they go round the cave and turn that way and enter the chapel.
So what else is there to know about the EP Church?
Okay, the EP Church here in Amijope, it was a blessing to the community. For in that when the Germans came, they didn't come only with the Bible, they came with trade. I'll call it apprenticeship, people to learn handiwork so that they'll do their own work and get food for themselves. In that case, they brought people who were knowledgeable in blacksmithing.
Okay.
Blacksmithing, they brought it to us. Carpentry, they brought it to us. Masonry, they brought it to us. Before our fathers, they were putting up the building, but they didn't know the architect of it. So how to lay the block in a nice manner or to build the block. They brought bent bricks. So when they came, they would go to a pit, dig it, the clay, and they make some oven, they'll fire it, then the bricks, they'll bend it. So the German brought that technology, making of bricks, bent bricks, very hard. And they used some for building this
very building.
This very building.
Okay, so some part of the church building is made from bricks.
Bricks. I may say this one totally is bricks.
Wow.
Land crate bricks.
Okay.
Until somewhere in 1980s, we pulled the backside, just a portion of it away, to use the new technology of this, our cement bricks. Before we realized that it was bent bricks.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Okay. We were the youth in those days, running about and doing that job. Okay. Yes.
Okay,
so it's all bent bricks.
So here we wanted to take a look inside the church building, but that was not possible because according to Mr. Adjato, the community had stopped using the church for some time now, and so it had been locked from the inside.
Apart from bringing skilled jobs to us, then education also.
Okay.
For setting up the first senior school or basic, which we call today primary school, it was set up here. So all communities around, they will come here
to
Amijope to attend school.
Okay.
From the basic to in those days we call it senior school. So the first boys senior school was established in Amijope here.
Wow.
In our every land here, in the central here.
Which is?
The middle school. Now middle school, gradually to now junior high school.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So it was solely a boys.
Middle school.
Amijope middle school.
Okay.
Then they set up the girls school, basic school, middle school at Bajeme.
Oh, okay.
Bajeme.
Which is close to Amijope.
Yes, which is close to Amijope. Okay. So we benefited a lot from that. You know, education brings what? Eye-open, prosperity and everything, enlightenment to the community. Yes. Amijope today can boast of about, if we count every house here, you'll get about 3 teachers from every home. So we can boast about 1,000 teachers from Amijope alone, scattered all over Ghana.
Okay, so we'll pause for a little here. We'll come back to the conversation with our presbyter of the EP Church. He's telling us all we need to know about the church. We'll be right back. Thank you for staying with us. Welcome back. Let's just continue with the conversation. So, Presbyter Ajato
Eli.
Yes. Okay, so this is quite an old edifice.
Yes.
Is it still relevant today?
Oh, no, we are not attending church service here any longer. Somewhere in 2013, we decided to move from here and put up a new edifice that will suit the community and cater for even the college, so that any graduation they can have it here.
So that was in
2013.
2013. You moved from here?
Yes.
To a new church?
A new place.
Was it built?
Yeah, we built it's just an alternative center, so that we put up this place. We gave ourselves, within 3 years, we want to put up a new chapel.
You want to pull this down?
We pull this down
and create a new chapel.
A new chapel here. So you can see the foundation for the new chapel.
Okay,
we want to pull this old edifice down and build a new chapel here.
But is that not going to tamper with history?
Yes, really. So the elders of the town, the community, you know, they are they also have a stake in this. So the chief and elders came up that no, we should reserve it as a monument. Even if we will not worship here, we should reserve the German work as a monument here. By then, we have started the new foundation already. So that came in 2014. The job here stopped, and we move out. Now we are not coming back, and we want to continue the job. But lo and behold, the chief and elders also came. We sat down and we talked, and now they have agreed that we can continue the building, the work.
So is it that some part of this building will remain while you add a new one, or the entire building will go down and then a new one?
According to our plan, the entire building have to go down. Yeah. So since 2014, we left this place to know anybody attending to the building again. That's why you can see that some walls are caving in. They are caving in now.
But according to the new structure you have, is it going to look something like the old one, or it has a completely new face?
A completely new face. You can see from this brochure, when we celebrated the 125th year in Amijope, that was in 2014. We celebrated the 125th years of existence in Amijope. Then we brought up this picture, that this will be the new look of the chapel.
Okay. So then it means that for now, anyone who wants to see how the old German church looks like has a period to come and do that before the church goes down. Okay, all right. So that's it about the church, right? I understand there's also a German cemetery, which we'll be looking at in a little while. So let's just go along. Presbyter Ajato will show us where that is, and then the conversation will continue.
Thank you. One interesting thing too, the bells we have here.
Yes. They came up with the church.
Yes. The structure, we name it after Funke, Mrs. Louis Funke. The husband was a reverend here, reverend minister. This woman started the Bible.
Was she Ghanaian?
No, a Japan.
Oh, okay.
She started the Bible class.
Right.
What she did was to group the women in the church. Then after Sunday, or anytime she wish, once in the week, and plus Sunday, a chosen day in the week, plus Sunday, after church service, you group them and teach them the Bible.
Okay.
That's how come Bible studies. And then now it is known Bible class. Bible class.
Okay.
The old ladies, they'll go for the class in the evening, they study, and then you teach them sewing and knitting.
Okay.
So Bible class started in Amejofe.
Okay.
So during their 75th year in existence, the whole EP church in Ghana, they came here to celebrate it.
Oh, wow.
Yes. That's come the structure here in memory of Louis Funke.
So this was constructed during the 75th anniversary
of the Bible class.
Of the Bible class.
Yes.
Okay.
Of the Bible existence of the Bible class.
So when the church was operational,
yes,
they used to ring these bells.
These bells
to call people to church.
To church. And the big bell there, they carry. History says they carry this bell from Keta, the port of Keta.
Okay.
Human beings, they have to carry. In those days, they were walking.
Wow.
On foot, they have to carry the big one to as far as from Keta through Waya, Adakulu, Adakulu Waya to Ho to Amejope here.
That's a lot of work.
A lot of work.
Because it looks very.
And when they ring in, they told it. People at Logbatota, you see that village there. I mean that town at the hillside there. It's called Logbatota.
Okay.
Yes, that community they'll be hearing the bells.
All the way from.
All the way from here.
Wow.
And from the beginning, they also travel here to attend church service.
Oh.
But gradually, as they establish the church there,
they now have an EP church.
EP church there. They will hear the bell, and they know it is time to wake up, to go to morning service. Okay. It is time to go to Sunday service from Amejofe here.
Right.
This is the history of the bell.
So now that the church is going to be rebuilt,
yes,
is this bell still going to operate as it is, or
yes,
you're going to find a
as at now they are in use.
The bells?
Yes, every morning we have to toll it and go to morning service. And then it is the time giver for school children too.
Oh.
At 7 o'clock it will toll. 7:30 it will toll. Then at 8 o'clock they'll ring it.
Today.
Even today.
Wow.
So it's still in use.
I see.
It's still in use.
So wait, just a minute.
Yes.
So to use it, you have to pull.
You have to pull the string. Yes. Yeah, it has a ringing tone, which the community people they are aware of. So when they ring it, they know what the bell is saying. It's telling them.
Okay, so we are now on our way to the German
cemetery. Yes, Bethel community. Then we go to the cemetery. We name it missionary cemetery. Because now, after the white men laid there, the first convicts and their families who passed away, they were also buried there. Okay. Then now we are not using it as a major cemetery, only for church agents, like the pastors. If somebody attained the position of a pastor, and is in the EP church, and is from a native from Amejofe, we accord him that honor. Then we bury him there. If you are a catechist from Amejofe, you pass away, we accord you that honor. We bury you there.
So it's more like a ceremonial
graveyard. All these areas are better. This is the area we call better. From the old chapel coming up here is all better. Better. An area given to the first Christians, converts. So we are now at the missionary cemetery. The written shows Amijope EP Church in commemoration of its 75th years jubilee from 1889 to 1964. Yeah. Yes, as I was saying, the missionaries that passed away, the Germans, this one, for the interpretation, or the written, I cannot tell, but it's one for the John Schrader. John Schrader. He passed away on the 15th March, 1864. This also another. All these ones are all German. Yes, yes, of Germans. Then the first one is our great pastor. He was the first synod clerk for the EP Church. When the German left, the work was handed over to him.
He is a native of America.
He's a native. And he worked here. He established all the churches in the community.
Wow.
All the churches.
Even
from here to...
EP.
No, only EP.
Only EP, okay.
So formerly, Amijope was EP domain.
Okay.
Recently, in the 1970s, that other churches tried to come into Amijope. And as of now, we have about 9 different churches in Amijope. Okay. Yes.
But EP is the mother church.
Is the mother church. Robert Kwame. Reverend Robert Stephen Kwame. Okay. And this is the wife, Beta A. Kwame, the wife. Okay. Yeah. So recently the family, they came back to reposition the grave. Yes. So these are all pastors from, church agents from Amijope who passed away. Yes. We have Reverend Atikwi, the community chief, the town chief, today. His father was a reverend minister. Yeah, Roland Kwame Atikwi. Yeah. Then Reverend Samuel Jebulo. The latest was Reverend Dacha, OK Dacha. Owen Dacha. Owen Kokuvi Dacha. Okay. Yeah. He passed away in 2017. I may say he is the last reverend minister in recent time. Yes.
Okay. So that's it about the history of the EP
Church in Amijope.
In Amijope.
Yes. The other side, I know maybe you may have captured it already. The erection of the cross.
Yes.
That one.
On Mount Gemi.
On Mount Gemi.
Yes. We got that in another episode, so you might want to check that out. The cross was mounted by the Germans.
The German.
Yes. During one of their anniversaries. We captured that. We went all the way up the mountain.
But Reverend Furinger.
You should try.
Furinger.
Yes. You should try and catch up in that episode.
Yes.
Okay, so we have been doing this with Presbyter Ellie Kwesi Ajato. He is with the EP Church and he's very conversant with the history of the church. Yes. You heard him tell us about how the church was constructed, how the Germans came in, all the things they helped the natives of this town accomplish, and the movement of the church, the redevelopment, and the plans to refurbish the church. So that's it about the oldest church in Amejope, the EP Church. And we are happy that you stayed with us throughout this class. We'll bring you another exciting episode of People and Places. My name is Wandami Hagan. Thank you, sir, for doing this.
Thank you. You're welcome.
See you next time.
Mommy, you can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. Or they send this guy a coffee. Download to Lemonade Finance.
Among the many people who are here are also awardees who have been called upon to award distinguished service to God and country. It is the 2023 National Harness and Awards, and this is taking place at the International Conference Center this afternoon. I have mentioned a short while ago how we are going to be joined by the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Yes, and that's melodious harmony from the Winneba Youth Choir. Treating us to some good melody as we wait for the actual commencement of the program here at the International Conference Center. To run you through a few of the awards categories and nominees to receive these awards, we have a presentation to frontline service, as I've mentioned earlier, and there's 19,557 of such distinguished persons. Then we also have a COVID-19 Trust Fund. The COVID-19 Trust Fund trustees of the fund will also receive some awards. We'll also have presentations going to the private sector support fund. And so for those men and women who pulled together with country or with the nation to face COVID-19 by bringing together their resources to support government in the fight against the pandemic. These will also receive some awards this afternoon. Then we'll also move on to a presentation to institutions and faith-based organizations who also brought on board their resources and their time to help in the fight against COVID-19. Indeed, if you look around you stand on the divide, the ravages or the effect of COVID-19 can still be felt right across our nation, from our markets to our farms. Yes, COVID-19 had some impact on us and it still lingers. It hasn't completely left us, the impact of the pandemic has still not left us. We still are fighting it somehow. And then some also to receive the awards will be the
23, a special edition,
as well as PPEs in the fight against COVID-19. And so those who devoted or had to switch their operations to produce hand sanitizers as well as other PPEs will also be awarded. To welcome you back to the conference center, we have the Winneba Youth Choir, as I mentioned earlier, treating us to some good melody to welcome guests and awardees who are this afternoon going to receive their awards. It is the 2023 National Honors and Awards, and this is taking place right here at the International Conference Center. This is a GTV live production, and you're watching the awards ceremony to take place this afternoon at the International Conference Center here in Accra. The award ceremony, which to some extent is dubbed Our Heroines, Our Pride, seeks to award distinguished persons who have devoted themselves in their services to God and country in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. You will recall in the face of the pandemic when there was a lockdown in this country so that the fight of COVID-19 will be strategically won. There were some men and women who, by the very nature of their work, cannot stay at home, and so will have to be at the front line and in helping to combat the pandemic. And these include even members of the media who took up the education or information aspect of the fight against the pandemic. And men and women in health services who down their tools, will not cower in the face of the pandemic, but devoted themselves to making sure that, at the very least, no man or woman is lost to the effects of COVID-19 when it hit the shores of Ghana a few years ago. Indeed, these have been recognized by the state and will be duly honored or awarded for distinguished service to God and country. The 2023 awards ceremony is what you are watching currently live on the nation's broadcaster, GBC, or the GTV channel. And you're currently watching a live broadcast from the International Conference Center, where the National Honors and Awards 2023 is to take place. There's quite a good number of dignitaries here present for this awards ceremony, and in attendance we have members from the diplomatic community here present. We also have members of the clergy. The armed forces as well as other services are also very well represented at this awards ceremony. Some who distinguished or have distinguished themselves in their duty are earmarked to receive awards this afternoon. And what you can hear in the background is a soothing melody from the Winneba Youth Choir, who are here present at the award ceremony. My name is Darrell Alantego, your commentator for the nation's broadcaster, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, whose live feed you're watching this afternoon from the International Conference Center here in Accra. To mention but a few, some of the dignitaries who are expected to be here with us this afternoon will be the Speaker of Parliament, Speaker Alban Sumana-Bagum is expected to be here with us this afternoon. So is the Chief Justice, His Lordship Kwesi Enin-Yeboah is also expected to join us very shortly. Hello, good afternoon. I'm Daryl Tager from GBC. Are you an awardee? Yes. What is your expectation this afternoon, if I may ask?
Well, I'm expecting that the ceremony becomes a success, and then everything the awardees and then those seated they are expecting will be done accordingly. That's all.
What was the feeling when you heard, first of all, about your being nominated or called upon to be awarded on such a day?
Well, it was a surprise. I might say that I'm pleased to be part of the awardees.
Why were you surprised when you were called upon?
Because during the COVID era, many companies produce hand sanitizers. So I was a little surprised when my company was chosen and then awarded as well.
Thank you very much for speaking to GBC, and all the best for your awards. Enjoy it. Thank you very much. And so that's an awardee who is to receive an award in the category of the manufacturers of hand sanitizers and other PPEs. I'll try and speak to some more and find out what their views are and what the expectations are this afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. You're not comfortable speaking to us. Okay, thank you very much. And so there are some who are camera shy. So I mean, we can understand him. There are some who are camera shy. I will come when I see a few members from the various industries, the Ghana Medical Laboratories and Associations, also well represented. Let me move closer and speak to a man beaming with so much smile and see what his view is this afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Daryl Tego from GBC.
My name is Dr. Frank Srebo, the president of the Ghana Medical Association.
Awesome to meet you, Dr. Srebo. Dr. Srebo, are you an awardee?
Actually, Ghana Medical Association actually is an awardee.
Oh, it's the association that's receiving an award this afternoon.
But we do have a lot of our members having won national awards too. So we are here to support them as well.
How do you feel, especially given that your organization or association had so many of its members receiving awards this afternoon? How does it feel?
It's quite pleasant, and we are very excited and very happy. At least the contribution of our members to the fight against COVID-19 is being recognized today, and that for us is huge. And so we are so excited because during the COVID-19 era, I am sure you are aware that some doctors even paid the ultimate price by losing their lives. And so we are very proud to see that at least our efforts is being recognized today.
What was the feeling when you first heard about this award and the fact that your association will also receive an award?
It was quite refreshing to know that after all, our sacrifices were not in vain, and the fact that somebody sees the work that we've done and deemed it fit that we also deserve to be awarded today.
Was there ever a point in the time when the pandemic hit and in the fight against the pandemic that you thought we're doing this for an award?
No, never. I'm sure you are very much aware that we were one of the associations which decided that in the long haul, regardless of whatever the risks are, to ensure that at least, because that is our core mandate and our calling, and we do this every day. So really, we never expected that anything like this would come to pass.
I know you're here to receive an award, but as you sit and wait, give me a brief insight. How does it feel sitting here and waiting to be called upon to receive an award? And what your expectations are, if any, this afternoon?
Yeah, it's quite exciting. You are here anticipating, wondering how it's going to be like, and we are all expectant. So we will see how it goes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sribo. All the best to you. And Ghana, thank you so much for all your dedication to the hard work you put into fight COVID-19. Thank you so very much. All right, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Aral Tegorem.
So Lawrence Otunyako.
Apostle Nyako, some would say, what would the faith community assemble to receive an award for?
The question again, please.
Some would ask, what at all will a faith community or a member of the faith community sit to receive an award for?
Oh, okay. You know, there was a saying that the nation that does not honor its heroes is not worth dying for. For that matter, we went into a crisis as a nation during the COVID-19 pandemic, and it brought a lot of challenges to us. And you know, the church came to the aid of the nation, or the state as it were, by having a lot of interventions. Significant was to offer the convention center as a resource for those who were infected to be taken care of. Then we also offered our cinema vans for publicity, for people to know about the disease, how to keep themselves, how to organize themselves so that they will not be infected, and those who are infected will not transfer it onto others. A sense of contact tracing and all that, so that people will cooperate in that pandemic.
Casting your mind back to the days when we had to be locked down and lifted slowly, and how far we've come in the fight against COVID-19. And today, how do you feel as a citizen of this country, and knowing how much the church put in and to fight effectively COVID-19? How do you feel as a citizen of this country in that fight?
And especially, it was a time that everybody got united, fighting a common cause. So the unity that this pandemic brought to us is very significant, and we cannot take it for granted at all. And I also feel very good the way the whole thing was managed. And in fact, Ghana was spoken highly of by the international community on the way we handled it. And now we are out of the wood, and we give glory to God. The prayers of the righteous can also not be taken for granted. It also went a long way to bring us to this point. Glory be to God.
Finally, seated here this afternoon, what would be, or how would you expect that this afternoon will go?
It will bring a lot of memories into the minds of people, and we would also want to cheer those who worked very hard to have received or merited an honor like this. So it should be a nice atmosphere where we would have another cause to glorify God for what He did for us in the pandemic period.
Thank you very much, Apostle. Thank you so very much for speaking to GTV. Hi, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Daryl Tego, GBC.
Yeah, I'm Samuel Donko.
Samuel Donko, are you an awardee?
Yes. On behalf of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. I'm receiving an award on behalf of the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, all pharmacists in Ghana.
Awesome. How do you feel this afternoon, standing to receive an award, especially looking at the way COVID hit Ghana and the way we fought the pandemic?
It's quite rewarding, and we are indeed grateful that all the hard work, all the efforts of pharmacists in this country being recognized by the pandemic. Because indeed, it was a very difficult and challenging time for pharmacists, and we lost some of our colleagues. And that's the sad bit about it, that some of our colleagues in both hospital and community practice were lost to the COVID-19. And as you know, and it's on record, pharmacies were not closed down. We didn't shut down, even during the lockdown. At a time when the disease was not quite clear, especially we didn't even know the casualties and mortalities associated with it. We braved the odds, opened our pharmacies day and night to attend to the citizens. And that was really a challenging time for us. Those of our colleagues who worked in the hospitals had to do the same, work day and night around the clock to make sure that all the available medicines, all medicines were available to the citizens or the patients. Not that alone, even our colleagues who work at the Food and Drugs Authority had to work overtime, including weekends, just to ensure that products were being approved, products were being the use authorization. That was indeed a stretching time for pharmacists in this country. And therefore, I can say proudly that pharmacists deserve this award.
If there's any one thing that particularly got you worried during the heat of the pandemic, will that be the fact that our movements are curtailed, or the fact that there isn't any clear understanding of the pandemic, and therefore for your society you find yourself, even though you're looked up to, you're helpless in yourselves?
I think the restriction of movements for us, it was timely. We actually needed it. But like you mentioned, it was uncertainty surrounding the whole pandemic. At that time, information was very scanty. Each day and night, as we continued to research, new information was coming out. And a bit about it was also the scarcity of certain essential medicines and the panic at which the citizens would rush in to get the moment they get information that this medicine will help the situation. At any point in time, there was scarcity of medicines. And the times that we really felt it was when even certain medicines were restricted from coming into their country. At that time, we knew that the people were vulnerable. We have a responsibility to make sure that medicines are always ready, are always available for the citizens of this country, and therefore go a bit scary for us. We didn't know what the future was. We didn't even know what the medicines we were using, whether they could really stand up to the test that we were facing. But hurriedly, and based on the committees that the government put in place, we continually made our inputs to review the formulary to ensure that the best Ghanaians could get the best of treatment. But that was our mandate, to put our health knowledge to bear and make sure that patients get the best out of their medicines.
Was there ever a time during the fight against the pandemic that for your association you thought we could be to put in our 110%?
I mean, our motto stands, amicus humani generis. We are friends of the human race. We did these things for the service of humanity, not for our award. So this award coming in is just a surprise. We did it purely as a service to humanity.
Sorry, we had to cut you to receive the Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmudu Bawumia, who is joining us this afternoon for the awards ceremony. And so we have been joined by the Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmudu Bawumia, and having taken his seat, we look forward in a very short time to welcome His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to join us.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic. Thank you, please band. The President of the Republic. Shall remain standing for the national anthem. You may now be seated, please. Shall we, out of reverence to God, begin this solemn ceremony with an opening prayer? And may I invite Flight Lieutenant Asiedu Pedersen, Chaplain, Ghana Armed Forces, to lead us in the opening prayer.
Please, let us pray. Almighty God, we restore our lives today. Your word says that we should give honor to whom honor is due, as a symbol of respect and great commendation to those who have served Mother Ghana in different ways. The national honors and awards ceremony have been put together. We have gathered this afternoon, therefore, that due recognition will be given to them for their sterling and outstanding contribution to nation building. We pray that your Spirit will guide us through every phase of this program, so that the organizers will be blessed for this year's event, and that those who will be commended will have fulfillment of their souls, and the honors done them will be a motivation to them. We also here will be encouraged, and as a nation, we will serve with more diligence, dedication, and sacrifice in our respective endeavors. We trust you, and we believe you lead us through. In Jesus' name have we prayed. Amen.
Thank you very much, Flight Lieutenant Asiedu Pedersen, for the opening prayer. The President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the Vice President of the Republic, Alhaji Mahmudu Bawumia, Justices of the Supreme Court, members of the Council of State, the Chief of Staff, Office of the President, the senior officials of the Presidency, Ministers of State, members of Parliament, the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, the Chief of the Defense Staff, and other service commanders, Excellencies, the Dean and members of the Diplomatic Corps, our esteemed traditional rulers, distinguished awardees, members of the press, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. A very warm welcome to you all to the National Honors and Awards 2023 ceremony taking place here at the Accra International Conference Center. This comes on the heel of the 66th Independence Anniversary celebrations. The National Honors and Awards ceremony has been an integral part of Ghana's history since establishment in 1960 when Ghana became a republic. Over the past years, the ceremony has served as a platform to recognize, appreciate, and reward exceptional achievements and outstanding contributions of Ghanaian citizens and other nationals who have distinguished themselves in critical areas of national endeavors. This year's National Honors and Awards ceremony, however, takes a special significance as the state has identified individuals and institutions, both local and foreign, on whom the presidential honors for distinguished service will be bestowed. The focus will be on acknowledging and rewarding the selfless and gallant individuals who had dedicated their lives to the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic when it struck. Ladies and gentlemen, it's with much delight that I welcome you once again to the National Honors and Awards 2023 ceremony. It's now my pleasure again to invite you to watch a brief documentary on the ceremony.
Ghana, a nation with a proud history of gallant and resilient people, established high national order of merit, honors, and decorations to recognize 2023, a special edition dedicated to honoring our COVID-19 heroes. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will, on behalf of the people of Ghana, decorate deserving citizens with the highest national honors of merit, including the Order of the Volta, Companion and Member Divisions, Grand Medals, and other special awards for their meritorious services, leadership, and innovation. A glittering ceremony of pride and gratitude on Tuesday, 14th March 2023 at the Accra International Conference Center. Guests must be seated by 1 p.m. National Honors and Awards 2023. Our heroes, our pride. The Laws of the Sea, ITLOS team members, international partners in our fight against COVID-19, COVID-19 Private Sector Fund, members of COVID-19 and faith-based organizations, and other individuals who have served the Republic in various fields of endeavor. We say, Aiko, our heroes, our heroines, our pride.
Ladies and gentlemen, a lot has happened since COVID-19 struck, and we truly acknowledge the resilience and gallantry of our patriots who had worked hard to stave off the pandemic. It is with much delight and pleasure that I invite the President of the Republic to deliver his address.
Mr. Vice President, members of the Council of State, the Chief of Staff of the Office of the President, and officials of the Presidency, ministers, deputy ministers of state, the Second Deputy Speaker of Parliament, and other members of Parliament, the representative of the Chief Justice and other justices of the Superior Court of Judicature, the Chief of Defense Staff, Inspector General of Police, the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, the Dean and members of the Diplomatic Corps, esteemed traditional rulers, awardees, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. I must at the outset thank you all for your presence here this afternoon, which will enable me to perform one of the most pleasant tasks of the President of the Republic, and that is to express, on behalf of the Ghanaian people and their government, the gratitude of the nation to the men and women who were entrusted with the responsibility of keeping us safe at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, to our foreign friends and partners who aided us in that enterprise, to the men and women who made sure that the maritime boundary dispute with our immediate western neighbor, the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, ended favorably for the Republic of Ghana, thereby ensuring that our western maritime resources, including their oil and gas potentials, rightfully remain in our possession. To certain outstanding citizens whose work has brought renown and merit to our nation's development. It has been a long and arduous journey involving many whose determination and commitment have brought us this far. This afternoon, to each and every one of you, we say well done. Ghana is indeed indebted to you. You have helped guarantee not only the possibilities of development, progress, and prosperity of our country, but also that of successive generations of Ghanaians yet unborn. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 years ago, on Sunday, 12th March 2020, we recorded our first 2 COVID-19 cases. Asia, Europe, and Latin America, that if it was not our lives and livelihoods, and in fact, it did. That is why I made the statement, which gained some traction at the time, that we may know what to do to bring back the economy back to life. What we do not know is how to bring people back to life. Our first priority in Ghana then was the health and safety of our citizens. And that is why government put in place a comprehensive strategy to deal with this novel virus, whose incidence was unknown. We were restrained from shaking hands and hugging one another. We had to keep a distance from each other. We had to put up with the discomfort of wearing face masks every time we left our homes. We had to endure distress caused by the poking of our nostrils and throats with swab sticks each time we underwent a PCR or antigen test. that we had to endure for 3 weeks the painful lockdown in the Greater Accra metropolitan area and Kasua, and the Greater Kumasi metropolitan area and contiguous districts. In addition to this, we had to support households and micro, small, and medium-sized businesses. We had to keep our schools open and ensure that the education of our children was not truncated. And we instituted a 1.1 billion health package to procure supplies and equipment, and a relief package for health workers, which included tax waivers, allowances, transportation, and COVID insurance. Government also found the money to recruit on a permanent basis 58,041 more health professionals. COVID-19 inspired our domestic manufacturing capabilities and deepened our self-reliance. The pharmaceutical industry, at my instigation, responded positively to the need for domestic production of sanitizers, disinfectants, and liquid soaps. Furthermore, Ghana was able to procure some 81 million cedis worth of personal protective equipment, such as face masks, medical scrubs, and hospital gowns from domestic garment and textiles manufacturing companies, for health workers, and for students who wrote their final examinations. We pioneered life-saving innovations that the WHO replicated elsewhere. Our relative success in winning the fight against COVID-19 is a testament to the tireless work of our researchers, scientists, advisors, public health managers, frontline healthcare workers, hospital staff, contact tracers, the security services, public and private sector agencies, faith-based organizations, chieftaincy institutions, charitable organizations, and so many others dedicated themselves to the fight to keep Ghanaians safe. That is why we're here today to express our sincere appreciation and gratitude to all these segments of our population, especially as at the height of the pandemic, Ghana and South Korea were considered the two countries who undertook the best management of the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, as I indicated earlier, today is not only about our success in the fight against COVID. Our victory in the maritime boundary dispute could not have been achieved through the actions of one person, one political party, or one government. It was a collective effort. It is that the important roles played by successive governments and groups of individuals cannot be overlooked, discounted, or understated. The judgment of the tribunal has brought finality to a maritime boundary dispute that had been extant for over 5 decades. Although the precise economic impact has yet to be conclusively established, what has emerged quite clearly is that our western maritime boundary remains intact. Indeed, many were those who feared that the outcome of the judgment could strain the friendship that exists between Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire. On the contrary, thanks largely to the spirit of understanding and accommodation exhibited by that great African statesman, President Alassane Ouattara of Côte d'Ivoire, it has rather strengthened the bonds of cooperation between us. Indeed, we now have a strategic partnership agreement, called the Partenariat Stratégique, with Côte d'Ivoire, negotiated by President Ouattara and I. Apart from these two main categories of awardees, that is the COVID and ITLAS awardees. There is a third category of awardees of a few individuals whose work deserve the plaudits of the nation. They are the late great philosopher, Professor Johnson Kwame Redu, by common consent, one of the outstanding philosophers of global repute of the modern era, who will be given a befitting posthumous award, Order of the Volta Companion rank. As will Madame Margaret Sophia Dakwa, the first female commissioner of police, Professor Akwesi Osei, former chief executive of the Mental Health Authority, and Dr. Veronica Agatha Martinson, former executive director of the Cocoa Research Institute, Ghana. It is important to state in conclusion that today's awards ceremony is a purely national event, devoid of partisan, ethnic, or religious considerations, and organized solely in recognition of the services offered by its recipients to the growth, development, progress, and prosperity of Ghana. I, as the President of the Republic, the fount of honor, act as the head of state and not as head of government in the distribution of awards. I can happily say that I am not aware of the political sympathies or views of the overwhelming majority of today's awardees. Their politics is of no moment to me, only their exploits in favor of Mother Ghana. May God bless all the awardees and us all, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
Another round of applause to the President. Thank you, Mr. President, for your address. Very instructive indeed, and this is truly a very seminal moment in our nation's history. Mr. President's address indeed now sets the stage for the program to progress into the second segment, and that is presentation of awards. And without further ado, I would like to invite one of my co-MCs, the Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar, Deputy Minister for Information, to lead us in the first part.
Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on all further protocols already established and say good afternoon. In this category, recipients of the Presidential Honors for Distinguished Service. The Presidential Honors for Distinguished Service is introduced by President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to recognize leadership, passion, commitment, hard work, and sacrifices of frontline workers who worked hard to save lives and help the nation during the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic. Across all 16 regions of our country, 19,557 individuals are being recognized today. They are represented by these 46 health workers in this room. Your fervent and remarkable sacrifices will always be remembered. I will now invite the following individuals to receive their certificates. We have Mr. Thomas Kwabla Vigbedo of Oti region. Cheerful Messi Ocho from the Oti region as well. Miss Lydia Owusu-Ansah from the Ashanti region, Mr. Justice Savegu from the Ashanti region, Dr. Rita Lasu Randolph from the Ashanti region, Mrs. Josephine Ahosu from the Ashanti region, Dr. Kwame Buedu from the Ashanti region, Dr. Anita Dumelo, Greater Accra, Mr. Eric Akoli, Greater Accra, Seth Kwame Bafo, Greater Accra, Adiki Puplampu, Greater Accra region, Benedicta Owusu Apia, Greater Accra region, Gifty Akumenyi, Greater Accra, Jennifer Ando, Greater Accra, Patience Ba, Greater Accra, Hall Baby, Greater Accra region, Emmanuel Lamte, Greater Accra region, Emmanuel Riverson, Northeast region, Mr. Peter Apetogbo, Northern region, Dr. Emmanuel Kujo, Northern region, Mr. Prosper Amegaji, Volta region, Mr. Ignatius Aklipe, Volta region, Mr. Davidson Iroko, Volta region, From the Central region, we have Mr. Daniel Ba, Dr. Louis Angel, Central region, Mr. George Boateng, Central region, Mr. Ebenezer Kofi, Central region, from the Western region, Dr. Joseph Yeboah Anson, Olivia Odame, Western region, Dr. Simon Bene, Western region, Mr. Francis Kujo, Western region, from the Bunu East region, we have Dr. Gavin Apio, From the Upper West Region, Mr. Abeleku Simon. From the Upper East Region, Edmond Nyamura. From the Savannah region, we have Mr. Dut Joseph Wengan. From the Bono region, Richardson Wafu. Also from the Bono region, Mansour Zakaria Mohammed. From the Eastern region, Dr. John Eko Otu. Miss Rita Alaku, Eastern region. Mr. Clement Avoka, Eastern region. Mr. Peter Paul Aneko, Ahafo region. Also from the Ahafo region, Miss Felicia Yura Kupo. Salam Damla from the Ahafo region. From the Western North region, Alberta Oteng from the Western North region. Also from Western North, Benedicta Okran. I will now invite my colleague, Mr. Jefferson Saki, Deputy Director of Communications at the Office of the President, to invite the next set of recipients.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Information Minister. Mr. President, after the novel coronavirus or COVID-19 was declared as a public health emergency of national concern, the government established the COVID-19 National Trust Fund by an act of Parliament to complement the efforts of government to fight the disease and to assist in catering for the welfare of the needy and the vulnerable persons who have been affected by the pandemic. The government appointed a 7-member board of trustees and an administrator to manage the COVID-19 National Trust Fund. Through the inspirational leadership of the board of trustees, the National Trust Fund was able to mobilize funds to procure and distribute personal protective equipment or PPEs and medical items to hospitals and other medical facilities. Among others, the National COVID-19 Trust Fund provided funding support for the promotion of research and innovation in various aspects of the COVID-19 pandemic through Ghanaian Excellence and provided support to about 7,927 identifiable and needy and vulnerable persons affected by the COVID-19 pandemic and to other social interventions programs across the country. This award, Mr. President, is to appreciate the marvelous works done by the members of the Board of Trustees, and the recipients are: first, to receive the award is Her Ladyship, Justice Sophia Ekufu, Chairperson. Her award is being received by Mrs. Elsie Adu Aweze. Next to receive the award is the Most Reverend Dr. Justice Osei Akrofi. Justice Osei Akrofi, a member of the trustees. Next is Mr. Jude Kofi Bucknor. Next to receive the award is Honorable Mrs. Gifty Afegidazi. Next is Mrs. Elsie Ado Awazi, member. Next is Dr. Ernest Ufurisapong. Next is Dr. Abdul Samed Tanko. Dr. Ernest Ufurisapong. Next, Dr. Abdul Samad Tanko. And finally, Dr. William Collins Asari. Mr. President, the next set of awards is for the COVID-19 Private Sector Fund Support Team. This award or certificate is a recognition of the remarkable technical administrative work of the team of personnel who supported the Ghana COVID-19 Private Sector Fund in the construction of Ghana's foremost infectious disease center. And the recipients are, first, Professor Irene Ejapon, public health expert. Next, Mr. Kobina Atabedu. Mr. Atabedu, thank you. Next, Umaru Sanda, media representation. Next, Kwame Banier of the KPMG. Next is Felix Che Mensa, Fund Administrator. Next, Safo Apia Opong, Assistant Fund Administrator. Next, Colonel Abednego Shooter, Director, Engineer Services. Next, Lieutenant Colonel Albert Benjamin Techi, Project Manager. Next, Architect Kofi Eselapia, Project Development Manager. Next, architect Fifi Sam Awotri, Deputy Project Manager. Next, architect Richard Dade, Senior Project Consultant. Next is engineer Samuel Asiedu. He's out of the country, and so his is being received by the president of the quantity surveyors. Next is surveyor Kofi Obeng Ayrebi. Next, engineer Clement K. Amoli, structural engineer. Next, engineer Ato Roberts, electrical engineer. Next, architect Ruth Ann Richardson, project architect. Next, engineer Daulem, electrical engineer. Next, quantity surveyor, surveyor Benjamin K. Labi. Next, surveyor Ian Agbenyaga, supply chain manager and quantity surveyor. Next is surveyor Emmanuel Bentil, quantity surveyor. Next, surveyor Franklin Logo Kudonu, land surveyor. And last but not the least, surveyor Obed Ampedu Asiama. He's out of the country, but his award is being received by the president of the as well. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and that will be it for this segment. I call on broadcast journalist Emefa Apau to continue with the rest of the awards.
At this point, we'll continue with this set of awards. We'll call Solomon K. Tamaklo, structural engineer assistant. Next is Elom Kumaho, electrical engineer assistant. We have Joseph Doji, structural supervisor. Major Kumsin and Kuma Arthur, site operations manager. Lieutenant Commander Michael Isiama Bampo is the safety officer. We have Flight Lieutenant Ivy Na Ayoko Tete, project architect. And NASA Flight Lieutenant Ivy Na Ayoko Tete. Next is Captain Frederick. He's an architect. Next, we have Atokwa Minadazi, project communications manager. We have Nathaniel Ajin Tete, reporting accountant. followed by Joseph Ishenru, also a reporting accountant. Followed by Gordon Dade, he's a reporting accountant too. We have Dr. Gebe Kafui, hospital technologist. We have Dr. Christian Owu, medical consultant. He will be followed by Jacob Arthur Kwam, laboratory consultant. Then we have Dr. Oliver Joseph Comey, medical consultant. Dr. Comey. Followed by Adobe Lavina Adino, she's an electrical technician. Then we have WO1 E. Aflao Ernest, Detachment Sergeant Major. Then we have WO1 Doe Matthew, Detachment Sergeant Major. Dedo Kofi, Brandon Consultant. Is next. Then last but not the least in this batch, we have Evelyn Jowona, medical consultant. At this point, we start with the next batch of awards, and that's a presentation of awards to institutions and faith-based organizations, certificates and plaques. At the inception of COVID-19 in Ghana, the government of Ghana interacted with faith-based organizations, traditional rulers, recognized associations, owners of public transport, and industries, among others, on how best they could partner government and use their various platforms to help in public education, expansion of infrastructure, and local manufacturing of personal protection equipment, among others. This award, like I said, citations and plug, is for the institutions which were at the forefront, providing a variety of services, including medical and charity, during the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. They include research institutions, hospitals, and faith-based organizations. Now, during the partial lockdown, some of these institutions provided free meals. They also gave assorted food items and funds to some of the needy and vulnerable in society, including with disabilities. They also made donations of various medical supplies and personal protective equipment to some major public and private health facilities in the country to expedite health care. So to start the awards, none other than the Ghana Health Service. With a round of applause, let's welcome the Ghana Health Service. Dr. Patrick Kumabwaji, welcome. Let's welcome him. The Ghana Health Service will be followed by the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research. Once again from the Ghana Health Service. Then we'll welcome Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research. Next is the Kumasi Center for Collaborative Research in Tropical Medicine, KCCR, and they are well represented. Next, we have the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. Let's now welcome the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Then we have the Konfanoche Teaching Hospital. The University of Ghana Medical Center, Legon. To the Central Region now, we welcome the Cape Coast Teaching Hospital. Then a quick trip to the Volta region, the Whole Teaching Hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, the Tamale Teaching Hospital. Let's welcome the 37 Military Hospital. We have the International Maritime Hospital. Let's welcome the Nyaho Medical Center. We are the Frontiers Healthcare Services. Frontiers. Let's welcome the Ghana Medical Association. After the Ghana Medical Association, we welcome the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association. Ghana Medical Laboratory Scientists Association. Ghana Medical Laboratory Scientists Association. Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana will be on standby. Let's welcome the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. Next is the National Ambulance Service. That's the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana. Let's welcome the National Ambulance Service, please. Let's now welcome the Ghana Food and Drugs Authority. We have the Veterinary Services Department. Veterinary Services Department. Ladies and gentlemen, the Church of Pentecost. The Church of Pentecost. Next, we have the Catholic Bishops' Conference. Christian Council of Ghana. We have the Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council. We have the National Association of Charismatic and Christian Churches. Christian Council of Ghana. The Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council will be on standby. Let's welcome the Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council. Next is the National Association of Charismatic and Christian Churches. Office of the Chief Imam. Next is the Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission. Let's welcome the Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission after this. National House of Chiefs next, after the Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission. National House of Chiefs. Charismatic Bishops' Conference. National Association of Charismatic and Christian Churches. Electricity Company of Ghana. Ghana National Association of Teachers. Let's welcome KPMG. Next will be the Electricity Company of Ghana. The Ghana National Association of Teachers. At this point, we'll take a quick musical interlude, then we'll return with the next batch of awards.
recipients. Thank you so very much, Winneba Youth Choir. Round of applause, Youth Choir. I believe the last song is dedicated to all faith-based organizations for their tremendous work during the COVID pandemic. May I, at this juncture, acknowledge the presence in our midst of the chairman of the ruling New Patriotic Party, the General Secretary, the chairman of the Council of Elders, and the leadership of other political parties represented here. We thank you for your presence in our midst. And as the youth choir sang, it feels like being a church. I noticed that the Church of Pentecost won the highest applaud. And so it is just fair that hereafter we organize an offering for them, offertory for them. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Mr. Jefferson Saki to present the next awardees to the President of the Republic.
Thank you very much, Director, State Protocol. Mr. President, on the back of the increase in the cases of COVID-19 virus, coupled with the increase in demand for hand sanitizers and PPEs in the Ghanaian market, the government made a call to local manufacturing companies to produce hand sanitizers and PPEs with the assurance of an expedited regulatory approval process by the Ghana Food and Drugs Authority, or the FDA. A number of pharmaceutical and alcohol producing companies, as well as local textile manufacturing companies, responded positively by converting their production lines to produce hand sanitizers and PPEs to meet demands at affordable prices. This award is to show appreciation to these companies for their immense support. And they are Royal Sumo Global Limited, JN Products, next, Aman Kronso Enterprise Limited, producers of hand sanitizers. Next, Entrance Pharmaceutical Research Center. Next, Tiwajo Industry Limited. Next, Mastercam Limited, Marcia Industry Limited, Gihok Distilleries Company Limited, Densu Industries Limited, Tabia Company Limited, Pharma Trust Limited, Sparkling Clean Limited, Farmer Trust Limited, Sparkling Company Limited, Kina Farm Limited, Can we have the plaques? Casapreco Company Limited, Pharmatab Limited, President, in the program, we also have the presentation of awards to local donors to the COVID-19 Trust Fund, as well as the Order of the Volta member and companion divisions. But at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, it's about the companies, the institutions that supported our country during the times of COVID, when the world actually didn't know what to do. At this juncture, I call on the police band to give us a musical interlude. staff. Thank you very much. A round of applause for them, please. And so we continue awarding our hand sanitizer and PPEs manufacturers. This award, like I said earlier, a citation and plaque, is to show appreciation to these companies for their immense support during the time of COVID. It appears quite a number of them have been absent today, but we'll continue with the here. Next to receive the award is Derby Products Limited. Derby Products Limited. Followed by Casapreco Company. Casapreco was one of the leading companies in the production of hand sanitizers during the time of COVID. Next is Pharmatab Pharmaceutical. Next is NWGL Limited. Adonko Bitters Limited, Mabina Pharmaceuticals, Pharmaceuticals Limited, Intravenous Limited, Chocho Industries, Unij. Unij was one of the leading companies in the production of nose masks during the time of COVID. Next is Sleek Garment Export Limited. Grace Garment Industries. Sleek Garment Exports, one of the leading producers of PPEs in the country. Afro Inter Limited. Keskim Ventures Limited. Keskim is Keskim Ventures Limited, one of the leading producers of PPEs in the country as well. Grace Garment Industries. Ma Grace was very active during the time of COVID, producing PPEs for our country. Ma Grace, we really appreciate it. There are quite a number of companies. Tabia Company Limited, Farmer Trust Limited, Phyto Riker, Adonko Bitters, and many more. Mr. President, that will be it for this session. I'll call on Deputy Information Minister to continue with the next session of the awards.
Thank you, Jefferson. This category is to award local donors to the COVID-19 National Trust Fund. This award is being presented to 449 donors to the COVID-19 Trust Fund. The monies and resources donated to the fund complemented government's efforts in the fight against the pandemic. The donors, comprising well-meaning individuals, groups, and corporate bodies, have been categorized into platinum, gold, silver, and bronze based on the value of their cash and in-kind donations. For this category, I will invite 15 platinum donors whose contribution were above 1 million Ghana cedis. To start with, we have MTN Foundation. Is Bank of Ghana. Next, we have AXA Energy Company Limited. Next is Lebanese Community. Also in this category is the National Petroleum Authority, NPA. Next to receive the award is Volta River Authority. Next, we have UBA Ghana. Also in this category is AFSA Ghana. AFSA Bank. We also have Ghana Gas Company Limited. Next, we have Vital Ghana Services Limited. Also on the list is Petroleum Commission. We now move to presentation of awards to international partners in the fight against COVID-19. This award certificate and plaque is going to key international partners who contributed to the country's fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. These partners donated vaccines, personal protective equipment, PPE, medical items, as well as testing kits and laboratory supplies to support the testing, treatment, and management of the COVID-19 cases. In this category, we have the World Health Organization. Also in this category, we have the Lebanon Embassy. Okay, I'm told Zenith Bank is here from an earlier category. Congratulations, Zenith. Also in this category is UNICEF. The Embassy of Israel. Also in this category, we have Clinton Health Access Initiative. Next, we have the West Africa Health Organization. We have with us the World Food Programme on behalf of the Brazilian government. We also have the Kingdom of Netherlands. Next to receive this award is Huawei Technologies Company Limited. Still on international partners in the fight against COVID, we have the Embassy of the People's Republic of China. United Parcel Services. We thank you so much for the partnership. Thank you for your contribution. We also have with us the government of the Republic of Korea. We have the government of Denmark. Congratulations. Also with us is the Korea International Cooperation Agency. In this category is also Emirates Airlines. And finally, in this category, we have Aviance Ghana Limited. I will now invite Ambassador Sami for the next part.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your indulgence. Another musical interlude from the Winneba Youth Choir. Just one rendition, please. Thank you very much, Winiba Youth Choir, for that beautiful rendition. Thank you so very much. We're moving to the last group of awardees to receive the President's Distinguished Order of Service Award. And that goes to the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, that's ITLOS, technical team and legal advisors. This award is for the legal advisors and the technical team that supported the core legal team that prosecuted Ghana's case on the Ghana-Côte d'Ivoire maritime boundary delimitation before the Special Chamber of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea in Hamburg, Germany. The team provided an unflinching support to the core legal team that ensured that at the end of the hearing, Ghana was successful in its claim. This stage of the award caters for the legal advisors and the team that supported the main legal team in the prosecution of the case at the ITLOS. And now I present the members to Mr. President. The first on the list is Mr. Emmanuel Mohenu, retired Director of Surveys. Mr. Mohenu may proceed. Next, Dr. Kwesi Edu, retired Director of Geological Survey. Alhaji Mahmudu Abdullahi Saiku, retired Director of Academic Affairs, Regional Maritime University. Thank you very much. Rear Admiral Moses Beck Bafo, Ghana Navy. Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph Odamte, retired Director of Surveys. Congratulations, Mr. Ellis Atigla, retired Director, Minerals Commission. Congratulations, thanks very much. Mr. Theophilos Akure, former CEO, Petroleum Commission. Mr. Cosmas Asante, lecturer, here. Congratulations, Professor John Aye, lecturer, KNUST. Congratulations, Prof. Richard. Nanapoku Eduse, geomatic engineer, GMPC. Congratulations, Mr. Richard Adodaku. Award will be received by proxy, Ms. Doreen. Richard Adudaku is a geophysicist of GMPC. Mr. Solomon Kobie, a colleague from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. Well, the next on the list is not here, but nonetheless, I'll mention his name, Mr. Kwame Mfojo of the Maritime Boundary Secretariat. So, Ms. Azara Prempe, are you receiving it on behalf of? Oh, so you are Ms. Azara Prempe, please. Last but not the least, Ms. Ajua Wiafe. Ms. Ajua Wiafe, thank you very much. I can see one gentleman still standing by. Please proceed. Mr. President, I think we are done. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the awardees who received the presidential honors for distinguished service to our motherland. Before we progress to the final stage, that's the medal division, may I invite the police band to give us a quick rendition.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we zoom into part 3 of the program, and we start with the award for Grand Medal, COVID-19 Operational Excellence. 60 persons will be awarded. The Grand Medal is being given for Operational Excellence. This category has technocrats who distinguish themselves in the following thrust areas in the 16 regions of Ghana. We have case management, disease surveillance, risk communication, contact tracing, laboratory investigations, infection prevention, and control. We also have coordination. We start this batch of awards with Dr. Ebenezer Odro Mensah, Greater Accra, Case Management. Followed by Dr. Nana Kwame Fredua Ajiman, also in Greater Accra for Case Management. Dr. Nana Kwame Fredua, it's your turn. Next is Dr. Dominic Nuete, also Case Management, Greater Accra. Next, we have Dr. Emmanuel Adipa Adapo, Case Management, Greater Accra. Mrs. Joanna Adede Okanse, Case Management, Greater Accra. Let's now welcome Dr. Ademke Mate, Greater Accra, Case Management. And this is the award for Grand Medal, COVID-19 Operational Excellence. Let's now welcome Mrs. Joyce Enchi Eje, Surveillance, Greater Accra. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the turn of Miss Joyce Boatima Yeboah, Contact Tracing, Greater Accra. Let's now welcome Dr. Mrs. Akosia Sikeisi, Innovation, Greater Accra. We are off to the Ashanti region now, and we welcome Dr. Angela Durowa Frimpong, Case Management. Let's now welcome Mr. Kojo Boateng, Surveillance, Ashanti region. We now welcome Mr. Felix Frimpong, Risk Communication, Ashanti region. We welcome Mr. Eduhini Solomon, Contact Tracing, Ashanti region. Mr. Eduhini will take his turn, please. Mr. Douglas Opokuamankwa, Laboratory Investigations, Ashanti region. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him, please. At the Infection Prevention and Control in the Ashanti region, we have Miss Naomi Blankson, waving her Ghana flag. Please give it up for her. Let's welcome Dr. Joseph Dako from the Western Region, Case Management. Madame Mercy Nkrumah, Surveillance, Western Region. We now welcome Mr. Joseph Kaku, Western Region, Risk Management.
It's the turn of Mr. Ebenezer Kofi Mensah from the Western Region Laboratory Investigations. Off to the Central Region now, we welcome Dr. Benedict Okokwao, Case Management. Mr. Emmanuel Aja is in the Central Region, also in the Surveillance Department. Mr. Emmanuel Aja. Shall we now welcome Mr. Augustine Fobi, Risk Communication, Central Region. In charge of communication in the Central Region, Ms. Gifty Ankra. I take you to the Eastern Region now and we welcome Dr. Stephen Kuka, Case Management. Shall we now welcome Mr. Solomon Ohenejaba, Eastern Region Surveillance. And from the Eastern Region, Mr. William Yeboah, Risk Communication. I take you to the Ahafo region. In charge of case management, Dr. Samuel Kojo Togbe. Razak Ejei Mensah, in charge of surveillance. Mr. Razak Ejei Mensah. We now welcome Mrs. Catherine Dramina, also from the Ahafo region, Risk Communication. We head to the Western North region now, and we have Saibu Adama in charge of surveillance. Abubakar Abu Dadai, Risk Communication. We're heading to the Bono region next. And I present to you Mr. Donko Kingsley, in charge of surveillance in the Bono region. We now welcome George Kumalo Kuma, Laboratory Investigation. And I'll take you next door to the Bono East region in charge of case management. Shall we welcome Josephine Wepia. He also tackled risk communication in the Bono East region, Dr. Collins Boateng. We now welcome Dr. Bawa Abdul Wahid from the Northern Region in charge of case management. Mrs. Rahina Yakubu from the Northern Region, Risk Communication. To the Upper East Region now, in charge of case management, Dr. Bedu Tete. We head to the Volta region, and we have Dr. Davidson Iroko, case management. To the Northeast region now, and we have Dr. Isabella Aisha Amise, case management. We're heading to the Oti region now, and let's welcome Cheerful Mesiocho, case management. Next, to the Ghana Police Service in charge of case management, DCOP Dr. Samuel Otunyako. Still at the Ghana Police Service, number 7405, Rahinatu Idrisu in charge of case management. From the Ghana Immigration Service, took part in contact tracing Inspector Rita Nweki Opata. We welcome Assistant Immigration Control Officer 2, Ebenezer Ni Ashonkwe from the Ghana Immigration Service, contact tracing. Now from the Local Government Service, case management, Mrs. Lillian Baker. Shall we now welcome Mr. Eli Yao-Kwade. From the Ghana Education Service Case Management, Mr. Frederick. Ladies and gentlemen, with a heavy heart, let's welcome the husband of Nana Esi Akemba Inkum to receive the posthumous award. She was with the Ghana Education Service in charge of risk communication. A louder round of applause. From the Ghana Armed Forces, Operational Excellence, Major General Nicholas Peter Ando. We now welcome Naval Captain Edward Owusu-Nyako from the Ghana Armed Forces. From the National Security Operational Excellence, Brigadier General Michael Kwejo Opoku. Case Management at the National Security, Dr. Samuel Esubonte. We now welcome Dr. Petrina Techi Ankra, Physician, Case Management. The next awardee facilitated donation. He is the president of the Association of Judges and Magistrates Council, Justice Senyo Jamefe. And now we all for this batch of awards for the Grand Medal. Round of applause once again as we get to the next batch.
Thank you very much, Emefa Apau. Your Excellency, the next set of awards, Order of the Volta, Member, Strategic Leadership. This award is being given in recognition of the sterling leadership and technical oversight roles played by 6 regional directors of health services of the regions which recorded or managed case loads beyond 6,000 during COVID. The regions are as follows: Greater Accra, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Central Region, Volta Region, and Western Region. The first recipient, Order of the Volta, Member, is Dr. Mrs. Charity Sapon. Representing the Greater Accra region. This is the order of the Volta member. One of the highest honors of the land. Next recipient is Dr. Emmanuel Kojo-Tinkrine from the Ashanti region. Order of the Volta member. The next recipient is Dr. Winfred K. Ofosu, the Eastern region. And from the Central region, Dr. Mrs. Abuja Ejiwa Owusu-Sapo. Next to be honored is Dr. Timothy Sowunu Lecha from the Volta region. His award to be received by his son. From the Western region, Dr. Yao Ufuri Yeboah. Next, Dr. Ali Samba, Case Management Head. Next to be decorated with the Order of the Volta member is Dr. Joseph Oliver Kobi, Acting Director of the Ghana Infectious Disease Center. Next to be is Dr. Lawrence Ufuribuedu, Deputy Director, Clinical Care, of GIDC. Next is Mr. Matthew Yautreme, former chairman, Commodities Group. Dr. Christian O. Mrs. Eleanor Say, Social Organization. Last but not the least is Dr. Martha Jansa-Lutros, Director, Technical Department of the Ministry of Health. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We take a 1-minute break. The police band can serve us with some tune.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I now present the next set of recipients for the Order of the Volta Companion. This award covers the core members of the COVID-19 National Task Force, trustees of the COVID-19 Private Sector Fund, and the ITLOS main legal team, as well as other individuals nominated for special awards in recognition of their extraordinary contributions towards the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic and in other spheres of our national life. First, the members of the National COVID-19 Task Force. After the first 2 cases of COVID-19 were confirmed in Ghana, the disease was subsequently declared a public health emergency of national concern. The government appointed a presidential task force to lead the country's response to the virus. The task force was responsible for coordinating the preparedness and response for COVID-19 and leading in the implementation of the preparedness and response plans at the national level. The task force demonstrated exemplified leadership in the discharge of its responsibilities. The sacrifices made by the members of the task force for the safety and well-being of humanity were priceless and deserves lifelong gratitude of the state. This award is to recognize the selflessness, hard work, and outstanding contribution of the National COVID-19 Task Force in the management of the COVID-19 pandemic. These are the recipients. First, we have Dr. Anafi Asamoah, Presidential Coordinator of the COVID-19 Task Force. Next, we have Dr. Anthony Insia Asari, Presidential Advisor on Next on the list is Honorable Dr. Kweku Ajiman Menu, Minister for Health. Also in this category is Dr. Patrick Kuma Abuaji, Director General, Ghana Health Service. Next on the list is Dr. Franklin Esiedu Bekwe, Director Public Health, Ghana Health Service. Next, we have Dr. Kwame Amponsa Achiano, Program Manager, Ghana Health Service. Next on the list, Dr. Bedusa Akodie, Director, Ghana Health Service. Also in this category, Professor William Ampofu, Coordinator, National Laboratory Network for COVID-19 Testing, Virologist, Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, University of Ghana, Legon. Congratulations to Mrs. Delise Mimidakun, Chief Executive Officer, Food and Drugs Authority. Next on the list, Dr. Dacosta Aboaje, Director, Health Promotion, Ghana Health Service. Also receiving Order of the Volta Companion is Professor Yao Edujemfi, Professor of Anesthesia and Intensive Care, and Board Chairman of the National Health Insurance Authority. Next is the Admirable Honorable Kojo Okon Nkrumah, Minister for Information and MP for Kwase Ayirebi constituency. Also receiving Order of the Volta Companion is Honorable Henry Korte, Greater Accra Regional Minister. The next recipient is Miss Emma Lillian Bruce Lyle, representative of persons with disabilities on the COVID-19 task force. Also receiving Order of the Volta Companion, Dr. Letitia Adelaide Appiah, Executive Director, National Population Council. Next, we have Honorable Elizabeth Ohine, member of the task force. a posthumous award to the former National Security Coordinator, Mr. Joshua Kwesi Tremi, to be received by his wife. Thank you, Mr. President. I will now invite Ambassador Puma to take the next slide.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister, for information, for beautifully moderating that segment. That segment, I believe, is the most interesting. And one lesson I've learned is that it's not easy to win a medal. Sometimes it entails a bit of exercise and effort. And if we were in Parliament, we would have said that Honorable Henry Kote won the competition. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that in the next 30 minutes, we should be bringing the proceedings to an end. So we thank you for your forbearance and indulgence. The next set of awardees are the trustees of the COVID-19 Private Sector Fund. After the COVID-19 was declared a public health emergency of national concern, the trustees of the Ghana COVID-19 Private Sector Fund were appointed to mobilize resources from the private sector to complement government's efforts in combating the disease. Under the auspices of the trustees of the Ghana COVID-19 Private Sector Fund, the country's first infectious disease center was constructed at the Ghana East Municipal Hospital. This 100-bed, well-equipped center was constructed and furnished with funds solely from the private sector and handed over to the government to manage COVID-19 cases. It's noteworthy that the trustees, fund manager, custodian, fund auditor, technical committee members, and service partners worked pro bono during the course of this engagement. This award is a recognition of the outstanding contributions of the trustees of the Ghana COVID-19 Private Sector Fund in the fight against COVID-19. I now present the awardees to Mr. President. The first on the list is the fund co-chairman, Mr. Anthony Otin Jesse. Chairman, Tropical Cable and Conductor Limited. Congratulations, sir. Next, Mr. Edward Efa, Fund Co-Chairman, Chairman of the Fidelity Bank of Ghana. Congratulations, Mr. Fa. Next, Mr. Sanyo Kwesi Hosi. Congratulations. Next, Mr. Kweku Bediaku, Director, CH Group. Thank you very much. The next, Mr. Daniel Nikwe Kuma, CEO, EcoBank Ghana Limited. Congratulations on your award. Next, Mr. John E. Taylor, CEO, Woodfield Energy Resources Limited. Congratulations, Mr. Omane Frimpong, who is out of the country, but the award will be received via proxy by Madam Ajwa Beniwa Britum. Congratulations, Mr. Kwame Ofosubanfo, Managing Director, Banson Group, is the next award recipient. A round of applause for him. We like his moves. Congratulations, Mr. Ofosubanfo. Next, Mr. Kwabena Ajayi, Group Chairman, Kasapreku. Congratulations, Mr. Ajay. The next on the list is Mr. Thomas Fanica, Chairman, Fanica Group Limited. So, she's receiving the award on behalf of Mr. Fanica. Congratulations, CEO Multimedia Group. Please step forward. Congratulations, Mr. Chu, on your award. Ms. Julie Esiam, Commissioner, Ghana Revenue Authority. Congratulations, Madam, on your award. Mr. Julian Kingsley Opuni, Chairman, Fundraising Committee. Congratulations, Mr. Opuni. Last but not the least, Dr. Justice Youngson, Vice President, Ghana Medical Association. Thank you very much. Mr. President may resume his seat. Congratulations to the award recipients. And now another very important award that Mr. President will soon confer on one of our illustrious citizens. The caption is COVID-19 Innovation, but most people will call it the Veronica Award. The award is presented to Ms. Veronica Bekwe in recognition of her ingenuity in inventing the Veronica bucket, which later became one of the potent remedies in fighting the COVID-19 pandemic, not only in Ghana but also globally. A big round of applause to Madam. Congratulations, Auntie Veru. Indeed, you've done a marvelous job. Congratulations, and thank you very much indeed. Mr. President may resume his seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we have two more sets of award recipients to go. That is the ITLOS main legal team and the special awards. Per the program, the special award precedes the ITLOS main legal team, but we've decided to reverse the order so that we save the special awards for the last. So it is my pleasure to invite Ms. Emefa Pao. All right, Mr. Jefferson Saki to take us through this next stage.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Mr. President, this award is to appreciate the enormous work done by the main legal team that prosecuted Ghana's case in the Côte d'Ivoire maritime boundary issue before the Special Chamber of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, or ITLOS, in Hamburg, Germany. The team, headed by the then Attorney General, Honorable Brew Apia Marietta Opong, and then by her successor, Honorable Gloria Ekufu, was made up of lawyers from the public and private sector who worked in collaboration with matrix chambers from UK and Foley Hug LLP from USA. The team also worked hand in hand with a technical team made up of domestic and foreign experts in the field of geology, hydrography, and survey and mapping, among others. At the end of the hearing, the team was successful in securing almost all reliefs it prayed from the special chamber. The ruling further ensured that Ghana's 3 oil fields, the Trinidad, Inshira, and Intoma oil, or 10 oil fields, remained on Ghana's side of the maritime boundary. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, here are the award recipients. First, Miss Gloria Efua Ekufu. Have next Mr. Godfrey Yeboadami, Deputy Attorney General and Deputy Minister for Justice. Then he was the then Deputy Attorney General, now Attorney General. This is the Grand Medal, Order of the Volta Companion. Next, Professor Dominic Fubi, former Minister for Land, Forestry and Mines.